wait. I know what you're going to say. I'm not a man and I don't have a beard, but he does. And so does he. I have 3 points for you that's going to help you grow your beard, and not just grow it, but hydrate it, allow it to come in healthy and shiny, and be able to groom it properly without all the flaking and the itchiness that sometimes comes with grooming the beard. Okay, number 1, be patient and consistent. Number 2, resist the urge to trim and shape your beard for the first 4 to 6 weeks. Number 3, don't hesitate to start now using products.
Just had to take a moment to see my beard looking so good. Man. Make sure y'all click that link.
Please tune in to our next video. We're going to give you more value, more information, and don't forget to purchase our products online at assuredmannaturals.com. There you can get 15% off when you use code Lapeef15, and we'll see you in the next video.
Hey, happy Friday, you guys. Let me introduce our panelists. We have Mistaken, AP, Marky Mark, who went ghost after 2 minutes. Oh, there he is.
I'm trying to get my daughter's situation.
And there he is. And Enos. I am Shan Monet, and this is a Chic critique. How's everybody's Christmas? I guess that means
it was busy, but now everything's died down. So now it's chilling mode.
Okay. It's been a long minute. Well,
Yeah.
What was the last time we were on here? Mike did it the week. We didn't do last week. We didn't do it week before last, right? No.
Yeah, we did it the week before Mike did it.
Okay.
So the last 2 weeks we haven't, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Here, I'm gonna change locations. Y'all talk. I'm sorry. This is so unprofessional, but.
What did y'all end up doing? You did anything?
I got something so damn. Observe that air. Life is good. Like we're alive. We can't complain because we're alive. Because to complain, we'd be dead. Then it would make sense. But you can always make it better, and things are gonna get greater later, and that type shit.
Do y'all celebrate the holidays or no?
I don't.
No. Not in the traditional sense.
Okay, what do y'all do?
Time with family, family activities. My daughters was baking some cookies and doing some stuff like that. Then we did like a little fake play with the toys, stuff like, normal stuff. Okay. But it's just family time, more family time.
Gotcha.
My apologies. I'm gonna keep changing locations. It just happens when you have a house full of people and you're wondering, like, it was quiet for 3 hours, and all of a sudden when I start the show, you want to walk downstairs. I don't understand. I don't understand. Make it make sense, dear Lord. Okay, so we are talking about narcissistic behavior in the West. We hear that word over and over and over again, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. But I'm just starting to believe that that's all Westerners. I think some people have it worse than others, but I'm starting to believe that's the new norm. What do you guys think?
Can you pull up the definition so we could be clear we using it in the proper context?
I can't even hear you.
I was saying, can you pull the
definition?
Nobody gonna volunteer? All right, I'll do it.
A narcissist, a person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves.
See? Well, you guys, look. let me just say this. If you have to post yourself every day just to see yourself, you've gone absolutely nowhere. You just want to post yourself just to see yourself. You just may be a narcissist. Now, I get it twisted. Posting every once in a while. Maybe if you post inspirational quotes, all that kind of stuff, okay. But it's people who literally post themselves, like take a selfie every day. They're not in front of Disney World. They're not at Disneyland. They aren't out with friends. They're just, and don't get it twisted. I post myself often, like maybe once or twice a month. But every day, like, I don't know. And I feel like I'm not doing it right because I'm like, my people are going to be bored on my page because I just can't do that every day. I just can't. I don't even feel right doing it every day. I mean, is that just me or?
What's the difference between being self-absorbed and a narcissist, or being self-confident and a narcissist? I don't think so. I think it's like some drastic differences.
So what do you think the differences are? Wow, I changed locations one more time. Go ahead.
Okay, so from what I said, reading it says the symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder are can include feeling superior to others and that one deserves special treatment. Feelings are often accompanied by fantasies of unlimited success, brilliance, power, beauty, or love. Patients feel slighted, mistreated, depleted, enraged when ignored. And it says a mental disorder that involves grandiosity, lack of empathy, and need for admiration. I don't know if everybody fall into that, because I think it's the difference between needing to be admired and wanting. Would that be a fair statement? I think I probably know. I think we talked about this definition.
It's a certain amount of, like, usually with the DMV, you may have a person that may not meet every single one of those traits, but is a certain, I think, amount of those traits that they have to have in order for it to, be clinical.
But do you think, so none of us are psychiatrists or psychologists, right? But don't you think it's just a little abnormal to want to have attention every single day? I have seen people who, if they don't get enough likes on a picture, they'll erase that picture and just start over again. Like, that's crazy to me.
So I think, because Marcus has an interesting point, right? Of like the want versus need. I think with the way social media is set up, those dopamine hits, there's a lot of people who are really addicted to it. So what initially starts off as a want becomes a need. That instant validation, that instant like high that you get from seeing how many people liked it, how many people interacted with it. I don't think people went into it with narcissistic traits. I think it's more so they developed it as a result of social media engineering.
So you can become a narcissist,
right? But
is that something you're born with?
No, I don't. You can't become a narcissist. That's something that you're born with. I think you can develop narcissistic traits, which is different. Yeah.
Because if you remove, the thing is that with the narcissist, if you remove, let's say, the phone situation, that is still always going to be there. They would just find other means of doing that. Whereas a lot of people are more so, like said, addicted to the phone. So like with any kind of drug, you can detox, so to speak, from it, or replace it with something else. But yeah, this is totally different.
You think more men are narcissists or more women? Or is it just in general everybody in the West?
Statistically, say more men are.
I think it's both. I think men are more traditionally narcissistic, whereas women tend to be more classified as covert narcissists, which is just because of the slight differences in behavior, it's not picked up on quite as often.
Did y'all watch the Thursday show?
I didn't.
Okay, so a young lady, diamonds are enough. Would you classify her as a narcissist?
See, I don't watch the show enough.
You have to explain her personality for us to get it, because I'm not familiar with her.
I would,
She was
I
a
would, I would have seen her more of a sociopath and less of a narcissist.
Jeez.
She was quite self aware.
Mhm.
So, and her intention going into, as she's learned more about herself and she's kind of transformed, she's come out of some of those the old person she used to be, right? But when she was doing that, she was well aware of what she was doing, and it was all through manipulation. And I don't think that a narcissist would really care
What
so
do you
much
mean?
about
What
how.
was she doing though?
Uh,
I mean, we have to have a backstory. I mean, you're talking like we all know her. We
well,
don't.
I'll let Marcus give the backstory, but from what I gather, she was a woman who used men and women for whatever her own personal gain was. Whatever goal she set for that person, she would use all of their resources until either they left or she got everything out of them.
Yeah, so to be specific, she was saying like, so in her youth, she would flirt with men and try and learn about them. So like, I think she gave an example of if your mother or relative recently died, then she would use that to manipulate your feelings to get what she wanted and take advantage of you. Or if you were being extremely giving, she would just try and take as much as she can to break you to see how you felt, like to see how far down that she could take you and then laugh about it because it was funny.
Well, isn't
What
it
else
the
did she
same thing?
say?
But that let's just take her out of it because like, you know she's we don't want to make sure we're just saying that these are the behaviors of we're not at all diagnosing people here because we do not have the qualifications to do so. But those sound like behaviors that we've heard people on reels saying they do. They use people when you're praising men for having sex with all of these women with no intent. That's all using people. So how is that any different? She's just doing what we hear happens all the time, right?
So are we saying most people are narcissists?
Huh?
Are you saying most people are narcissists
I'm
by
saying the
saying that?
people who most people I've seen on these I don't classify everybody as being people who I see on social media. So I'm saying just the people I've seen who you generally make the TikToks, generally are the YouTube social like those people. They're not the great majority. No.
So I think that there is a difference, right? Because there's a lot of people in this world who know what they're doing without still doing it consciously. Like they're almost like on autopilot. They're doing it as a means for survival. They're doing it because they don't know any other way. It's trained in them because they need to do it. Versus with people who are farther on the spectrum of narcissistic behavior are very aware and just do it for entertainment and fun and for whatever reason that they want. They don't need a reason, right? And I think that's the difference, because when you have empathy for people, which sounds kind of crazy on the internet, having empathy for people who are out here scamming and doing all of this stuff, but when you have a little bit of empathy, you can kind of see the difference between people and see who's doing it because they think it's a way out or they think that they can gain security or whatever, right? It's survival versus entertainment.
But don't you do you think that a lot of people are out here trying to survive even without the internet? Let's just take the internet out of the situation. Wouldn't that go into a lot of the things that we hear happen, whether it be through dating, whether it's like taking a person on a date because they, a person take you on a date and you keep going on dates just because you want the free meal. Isn't that the same thing? No.
I was saying for me, like the initial thing was the fact that she was saying, I think all Americans are narcissists. So for me, I think the difference is, I think most Americans, I can't speak on other, nationalities, but in terms of Americans, I think most Americans are egocentrics. And I think there's a difference between that and narcissism. Like I just noticed, like when I had started traveling, and even I kind of, when I first started traveling, kind of had that mindset as well, a little bit of like when you're going somewhere and you're in somebody else's country, you expect them, like for instance, to be able to speak English. You know what I'm saying? Like, how ego driven is that? Like, you're in somebody else's country and you're looking around like, nobody here speaks English. Like, no, duh, you know. So I think a lot of times, I think we operate as Americans from that mindset, but I don't necessarily think it is narcissistic. I think it's more self-centered, you know, but not to that extreme where I think narcissism is.
Yeah, I seen that chat. Shout out to, I think it was Black Lexicon. It was saying that they also have a character of low self-esteem. I think that's got to be added in it. So I wish we had the full definition of. Hold on a second.
You're saying you want to just pull it up on the screen. So let's just be clear. I said some of the behaviors. We're not diagnosing people today, okay?
Wait, I'm gonna go grab the DSMV real quick and look at it.
Okay, so let's just be very clear. We're not diagnosing people. We're not saying that they are narcissists. We're just saying that they display some of the behaviors of a narcissist.
Which is why I think it was important that we spoke about some of the other words, like Marcus said, self-absorbed, and Mistaken said egocentric, because to be self-absorbed is to be preoccupied with one's own feelings, interests, and or situation, and to be egocentric is thinking only of oneself without regard for feelings or desires of others. Self-centered. Basically, the difference between egocentrism is you're unable to see someone else's point of view. However, in narcissism, you may see that view, but you just simply don't care. And oftentimes, people with high narcissism will become annoyed or even enraged when people don't see things their way. And so I understand we're not diagnosing, but it's important that we dive into these other words, because I would say most in Western civilization, we are definitely self-absorbed with a hint of egocentrism. And I don't think it's necessarily to the extreme of the narcissism. Just my opinion.
Like an empathy, right? Isn't that one of them? They lack empathy. Is that one? Okay, just making sure. Like an empathy. I was waiting for Mistaken to come back. I don't know what she ran to, but okay.
She probably trying to find the book.
A book, girl. Anybody can see here why she read a book?
The DSM-5, so we can get the qualifications.
Wait,
So
we're talking about the behavior, just a few of the behaviors. We're not sitting here going to tell everybody to take a test and check that off. That is not what we are here to do. It is a Friday night, and I refuse to pull out my MD for y'all. Anyhow, so the reason why I said that is I saw a video that was very disturbing, which I'm about to play for you guys in a quick second. It was just so disturbing because it was a lack of empathy. You know, I remember, well, I've always said this, I don't mind constructive criticism, but when you are just blatantly just cruel, it just bothers me. And maybe it may not be in the narcissistic family, but it's what brought this to my attention. Like the way people just, you'll see. Give me a sec. Did you find your definition? I'm mistaken.
No, I had to go ask my husband how to use it real quick because this one is not.
I don't know if he's downloaded it yet. I don't think he's downloaded it yet, so we have to wait a little second. Sorry. It's what happens when they won't let you download it yourself.
So I think every narcissist is probably self-centered and egotistic, but I don't think every person that's egotistic and self-centered is a narcissist. I think that was like some of the clarity I was trying to get, because I think people get overdiagnosed with terms in the social media era, and those terms specific meanings. So it's hard to like negate that, because every person that gets broken up with or breaks up with somebody, the ex was a narcissist in current day society. Like almost everyone. it's like the word disingenuous. Like people just use it.
I don't think that that's abnormal though. I think that that's maybe they were. But if the behaviors are what I've heard, I think that they probably were, because majority of people are displaying those behaviors. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is, if a person, the whole gaslighting thing, or if you feel like you're entitled to use a person, that's narcissistic behavior, right? So that person probably felt used. They were a product. It's just that it happens so often, we feel like it's normal. That's crazy.
Okay, so it doesn't give like a neat and tidy definition. It gives what it needs to be differentiated from, but then it gives you the condition. So it says the personality disorder must be differentiated from the need for attention in histrionic personality disorder. So it is related to a need for approval as opposed to a need for admiration. Lack of empathy in antisocial personality disorder, and that is characterized by impulsivity, aggression, and deceit, and is less characterized by a need for admiration by others. So it just keeps going back and forth like that, where you just had to meet specific criteria to rule out other personality disorders. So yeah, it's just not neat and tidy.
So to what you were saying, Shane, like what we've all seen it, right? With the girl or the guy who breaks up with a girl, and the behaviors that they were okay with, they understood, they justified, now become problematic because the relationship no longer exists. And it's not always that that's how it was actually happening, but now it's like that lens of heartbreak that's coloring the way they see that person. So for example, right, most women want men to display certain leadership qualities, right? After the breakup, he was controlling. So like they put a spin on it so that they shine a negative light on that person. And now the word narcissist has become so clickbaity that it's just easier to say that they were narcissistic or a narcissist when the behaviors weren't exactly that, right? And that goes to the point of why it's so important that you keep reiterating we're not diagnosing anybody, because that's what people are doing. They were a narcissist. Well, you don't know the clinical definition or how to meet the criteria. You're just saying that because you see certain qualities in a different light. And I'm trying to tread lightly because that does happen to victims of narcissism, where they weren't able to see it until they were able to escape. There is still that fine line of difference of you're intentionally painting that person with a negative light so that you can either get over the breakup or to damage the prospects of that person, versus you're actually healing from the trauma of a relationship with a narcissist.
It looks like it's saying that some of the main characteristics are there's a need for admiration, a need for admiration by others, that there is a belief that they're perfect, like they have already achieved perfection. They are afraid or of fears or imperfections of flaws being revealed, that they have a change in personality related to the direct effect of a general medical condition. Nope, I read that wrong. Yeah, it just overall, it just seeing how it's trying to differentiate between other diagnoses that could be similar, is that there's just this big need for admiration from others, and basically a self-view of that they are perfect and that there's nothing wrong, like there's no issues wrong with them, that everything that they do is they've achieved perfection, and if anybody else like says anything, it's really the other person, it's not them.
You think that
removal of competitive analysis created a generation of people like that, meaning by giving people participation trophies, everyone was awarded because everyone was right and everyone was perfect. And that would foster that belief. So it's more a nurture thing, where people became narcissists based off being nurtured or matriculating through school systems and being rewarded for things they not necessarily were good at.
I would say, again, I think that's more egocentric, because typically I think where egocentrism, it starts in childhood. Like all kids go through that, where they think the world revolves around them. It's part of a normal developmental cycle. But as you get older, you begin to recognize that that's not the case. So I think that also happens as you get older. So in high school or when you're playing sports, everybody gets the trophy, but you come to a point where that stops. And so then you're able to make that adjustment and understand that the world doesn't revolve around you, that, oh, shoot, I'm not the best player. I'm not, like, you begin to recognize those things. I think when it goes beyond that, when you continue to think that what's clearly not true, but in your world, it is, then I think that's when you start creeping over into narcissism.
So what if that is who, like, so like take LeBron. Will LeBron be a narcissist because he believed he the best in the world? Or he believed he was the best in the world prior to becoming the best in the world?
So no, right? Because that point about insecurity is really like the starting point of it. You develop this grandiose sense of self as a deflecting factor of that insecurity, where you feel like you're not enough, but if I can convince everybody around me, and that'll reinforce the fact that I'm the best, right? But it's rooted in that insecurity. I don't know that LeBron had that, right? With men like him, like Kobe and Michael Jordan, all of them, they were instilled with confidence that then was validated through their success. It didn't start off as an insecurity that had to be masked.
And on top of that, I think narcissists is not just one specific area. They think that they're perfect and like they know everything, like they're perfect in everything. So I think there's a difference between you being able to be great in, like, let's say basketball, but then you're doing something else. You do recognize that this is not an area of strength of mine here, and you're okay. Whereas a narcissist wouldn't be able to even differentiate between that.
But what about if they just great at everything? Then what?
I don't know one. This is just me. I don't know one person that's great at everything. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses, or we'll say relative strength and weaknesses. But
Like
I
when they
don't think a
describe,
narcissist sees that. A narcissist, when you put them in a room, they're the smartest person in the room, no matter what room they're in.
I think a lot of people believe that, but I'm thinking of like Michael Jordan, right? They say his competition level, it was that everybody he ever met, he wanted to beat you in whatever it was, and he was determined. Like a lot of people would probably say he was the best basketball player alive, but the people that knew him would say he was the most competitive person alive. So it didn't matter what it was. His belief in himself was that he was far superior to everybody else, and it manifested itself in truth. And I know a couple of people who, like, their greatness starts with delusion, and then it through hard work they can turn it into the thing that they're delusional about. But I kind of lean on the side that all greatness starts with things that people will tell you, because a lot of people are short-sighted or lack imagination and don't see like the prospect of something being that grand. So to people who look at it from that aspect, they'll be like, oh, he that's narcissistic, but or that person has grandiose, but really they just have a vision that they're trying to execute, like a Kanye or something.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Michael Jordan has spoken about his failures in playing baseball, right? Or his shortcomings when it comes to his family. A narcissist wouldn't be able to admit to those things. They would blame that on other people and say that they did everything right and everything is a result of what other people did.
Yep.
The traits, like, I think that's where the differentiation comes in, because he definitely has narcissistic traits, And that's important for him to have reached the levels of success that he attained. But I'm not a clinician, but from what I do know, I wouldn't classify him as a narcissist because he has arenas where he can spot his own weaknesses.
And not
Like,
only
I think I
that,
have narcissistic traits according
I
to
think,
like
to
the
be
stuff.
honest, most people would. If you look, like, if you know that you're good at something, or there might be something like a blinder about certain things about yourself. I think when that's part of the diagnosis is you have to meet all of these criteria in order for it to be classified as narcissist. So it may be other things that you would say, oh, well, narcissists do this, check, check, check. But if there's a list of, let's say, 10 things, but you have to meet at least 7 or 8 out of the 10 things in order to be diagnosed, you might meet 5 of those things, but that wouldn't technically make you a narcissist. But you may be able to fall into other categories that kind of overlap, where you may have to differentiate between being a narcissist and something else.
So y'all tell me what this is, because I don't know what this. It may not be a narcissistic, but it was just, I don't know. Just pause for the cause.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
She died.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Today I've got the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead.
Join me on my Fat Positive radio show,
which didn't last long because she died.
I'm not trying to laugh at that, but damn. I don't know if that was narcissism or just
facts,
lying to oneself. Now, which one are you saying narcissist? The girl or the ones that died?
The girl. Like, it was just like she died. She died.
No,
dead.
I don't think that's narcissist.
Oh,
not at all.
Open your little book and tell me what that is.
I think that would be closer to psychopathy, the inability to have any sort of empathy for anybody and not care about anybody's feelings to a degree where you're not even able to.
And what was it called again? Inaz?
Psychopath or psychopathy?
But, I mean, the context of that video, she may have been, if I was to assume, she was trying to get people to get in shape or probably stop them from being obese. So that would be assuming that she cared about other people's health, because she was trying to highlight something to stop them from doing it.
I couldn't differentiate between whether she was trying to, if Shane was saying was the girl narcissist or the people who ended up dying were, because I was looking at it from that perspective. If like they were saying, oh, well, you know, just because I'm big, blah, 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 like I'm this or I'm still this, like, were they in the delusional aspect of believing certain things, like just because you're overweight, I'm still healthy? You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
I think that this irritates me the most, because, you know, I think that you could be slim and still have a heart attack. Matter of fact, I know you can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, eating a burger makes you unhealthy. So it's like the emphasis is on your weight, but that you may be unhealthy. Skinny people die of heart attacks every day. You know, strokes every day. Matter of fact, when I think of all the kids that have passed on the football field, none of them were big. None of them. You know? So it's like, I don't know. I think that, to me, when the emphasis is on eating right, like instead of saying, oh, determination of your size, but hey, you see a person put a Big Mac to their mouth and like, that's going to kill you, you know? Because it just because she's big and eat a Big Mac, you could be slim and eat a Big Mac and it's probably will do the same thing, right? So I think that's what the part that is just like, and in the way it was said, it's just a little off-putting to me. Maybe it was just me.
I think on a probability of averages, it's more realistic that the other health conditions like create the cocktail when you like morbidly obese.
Do we feel the same way about unsafe? I mean, you know, unsafe sex.
Explain what you mean.
Yeah, because that kills too.
But I
almost
don't know what
100% of
you're
cervical cancers, almost 100% of cervical cancers come from HPV, which is what? A sexually transmitted disease.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with HIV or any other H's. Right?
But how does that?
But we don't throw that. It's not like a, but we would sit here and praise unprotected sex. Oh, I knocked them all down. I'm just saying, like, if we're talking about health, let's just be fair and call it across the board, because that means that you're really being genuine. Does that make sense? I think that we always talk about people getting pregnant, but what about this? I don't know. I'm just confused. Maybe I'm taking it because nobody wants to hear that. Everybody likes to, because nobody wants you to put a damper in their fun. But it is what it is, right?
So are you? I'm trying to see the correlation so I can jump on the point.
Exactly.
We're trying to get you to bring it to me.
Is you beat a dead horse so to me, to be genuine is to say, okay, if you eat unhealthy, this is, it's like pointing a finger at somebody, but you're not that way yourself. You know what I'm saying? I think somebody said in the comments, like, she's had plastic surgery. That kills too. You understand? Am I making any sense here?
So I get what you're saying, Shan, that like nobody should be overcritical of anybody else, because at the end of the day, everybody has faults too. I think that there's still a conversation that's valid there. Even if none of us are perfect, if you're not pushing for people to be better, what's the point in having conversations about these things? She may have had plastic surgery, but there are also people like her making that same video about people who have plastic surgery. She's just chosen the topic of people who are morbidly obese, right? And that's different than having some extra weight and talking about the way that medically we look at people who are overweight versus people who are healthy and looking at different measures. That's different than being morbidly obese. Regardless of any metric you use, morbidly obese is going to lead to death 100% of the time.
I don't think so.
But no, that's why it's called morbidly obese.
Yeah.
Morbidly. Okay.
Because it creates other comorbidities that occur in conjunction with being overweight. Just like on the opposite end of the spectrum would be anorexia. Like that would be the opposite end of that spectrum. So both of them are disorders that can and will lead to death if it's not, taken care of, so to speak. I
think that, and I'm going to show you a video in a second. I think that it ruffles because I'm talking about when I look at my great grandmother who was overweight all her life, died at 97. My great grandmother, my grandmother, I hate to talk about her because she's still alive, overweight, 85. So is her best friend, 85. And so I think it's a lot more than just being overweight. And I want us to talk about what it really is. It's about the diet. Whether you're slim or not, you can go to the gym all day long, because guess what? People who are slim, still cancer rate is still high. Heart attack still high. Stroke still high. All of these things are still high, right?
Yeah, but I think, Shan, you're making an argument for something that is, when you're looking at the stats, not to say that it doesn't happen. What we're looking at is the likelihood of something happening with one group versus the other. So yes, you can be skinny, going to the gym, doing those things, eating right, and still end up with cancer or still have a heart attack. But the likelihood when you're comparing that group with another group who's not exercising at all, that's not eating healthy at all, that is just living an unhealthy lifestyle in general, the likelihood of one having the heart attack before the other is the unhealthy group. And that's not to say that even within that unhealthy group that you still may have outliers where they're living until they're 101, but that's not necessarily the norm or the likelihood for that group, that the outcome would be that they are more likely to live to 101.
So I agree with the exercise. I never said didn't exercise. So some people just naturally have higher metabolisms. So I agree with the exercise. And I'm going to point this out. Matter of fact, I'm just going to let this video play.
If a woman is obese, but she exercises every day, she will outlive the normal weight woman who doesn't exercise. If a man smokes and he has high blood cholesterol, has high hypertension, but he exercises, he will outlive a man who doesn't have any of those problems, who doesn't exercise. If you don't exercise, you're going to die sooner. For every hour you exercise, you will live 3 hours longer. It's the Harvard alumni study.
I want to get up right now.
So I say all of that to say that some people are born thin people. Okay, it's naturally in their genes. They don't have to walk. They just, and it's hard to tell who those people are, right? And we just assume that everybody who is big is not exercising, when that couldn't, may not be the truth, right? So all I am saying is, it is really hard to decipher between the two, because just like she was able to pinpoint all of these YouTubers who were obese and who had died for whatever reason because she didn't claim, I can probably pull up other YouTubers who are not big, who have passed along the way as well, and they are young in age as well. It seems like every day I pull up a YouTuber is dying. I'm like, what's going on? Do y'all not see that? I guess not. I mean, maybe just me. I'm just saying, let's tackle the real issue, and the real issue is better food. Like, we live in a country where the food has all kinds of toxins in it, maybe promoting exercising. And that's across the board, no matter how big you are. It should just be promoting, you should be exercising. You should care about the food that you put in your body. You should care about your internal as well as your external. Because you can go to the gym, do whatever. If you're putting toxins in your body, what is that going to do? What is it going to do? So I guess that's my point. It's like, are you genuine? Is it really a problem that you can see him like, oh, she's fat. Automatically gonna pinpoint that she's fat. Yeah, but you just slept with 10 dudes like last week. And I'm not saying she did. I'm just saying sometimes people have this tendency to point out other people's flaws, but then they have their own, and they're damaging themselves the exact same way, just in different kind of ways. Does that make sense, Count? I guess I'm just everywhere.
Oh yeah, I get that correlation. I wasn't able to draw the narcissistic correlation.
Right, and I said it may not be that. It was just like the empathy, but Inaz broke it down. She called it something else, so I was okay with that. But I just was like, when did we ever become so just rude? Because that's somebody's sister. That's somebody, those people didn't say anything wrong about it. All they said was, I love myself, I'm big, okay? But that's somebody's daughter. Just imagine if that was your sister, your mom, or somebody you love, and somebody made a video like that. Would that not piss the hell out of you? It's just, who are you?
I think for me, and I think we've talked about this before, is that's the bigger issue. Actually, I had said something earlier today about y'all about learning how to communicate with people appropriately when you're trying to send a message. Like, I think that's the problem. To be honest, I think that issue is bigger than a weight issue, is how we speak to one another. We do speak to each other with a lack of empathy, a lack of just caring for one, just caring for one another. Like, when you just have general care for humanity, you want to exhibit that care through what you say and what you do. And I think that's the part of where we are growing in that area of lacking those skills to be able to do that. It's just that whatever I say, whatever I think in my head should be able to come out of my mouth without any regard to whoever I'm speaking to. And either they accept what I say or don't, but there is no responsibility on me in terms of the way that I deliver it.
Yeah, I think that we got a large group of people who believe telling the truth requires you to be offensive. Like, for some, I don't know how they formulating it, but the statement, the truth hurts, So they might feel as though they're not telling the truth if they don't hurt you with what they're saying. I don't know where that came from or why people believe it, but I've observed a lot of people feel like if I wanted to say somebody was overweight, and I said it in a way that was more palpable to the person where they could receive the message and not be on the offense, a person who wants to be like, yo, fat ass, would then say that I'm lying or being deceptive by not trying to offend the person and deliver the message. So were you saying that maybe that the people who want to deliver the message like that lady, like she died, are being narcissists because they're removing the empathy concept when they're speaking to people and they're just saying blunt things to them in efforts to shock, awe, and humiliate the person? Was that kind of the line you were going with?
I didn't know what it was, but it wasn't normal.
Well, yeah. Well, part of narcissism is a lack of empathy. But I don't necessarily think that video represented that aspect of narcissism. But to what you said, Marcus, I totally agree, is that people think that just because I'm honest doesn't mean that I need to be caring in my delivery of that honesty. And my thing is your goal, like, is the overall goal to just let the person know, let's say, that they're fat and nothing else? And if that's the case, then there is really no need for you to say anything, because most fat people know that they're fat. Like, it's not even something that you would need to say that you're overweight. Most people who are overweight know that they're overweight. So there's not even a need for you to necessarily say it. But if your goal is to, because I am concerned about, your welfare, if you have a personal relationship with the person, or just health and wellness is your thing. So anytime, you have the opportunity to speak on it, you will. But if the goal is to help another person recognize that, being obese is not healthy, here's some things that you can do, there is an approach to that if your intent is truly to try to encourage the person to live a healthier lifestyle and lose weight, versus just trying to humiliate the person because you don't like fat people.
But is there always a way to say it? Sometimes you could try to soften it up. You could try a different language. Some people simply just won't accept the honesty or the truths that you have to say to them. And we see that far too often. A lot of times people just simply cannot accept criticism regardless of how it was delivered. So, for example, what if I told you the girl that did that? So what if I told you the girl that did that video, the first person in that video, she reached out to that person to meet them at the gym to work out. And then that person took their comment and did a whole nother video based on that girl's comment. So this was her way of saying, I told you so.
So my point
does that change how you feel about what she said?
No, it doesn't change anything.
You see what I'm saying? Like, why would I have empathy? I did my part to reach out to you to say, hey, I had like we're talking about, do we have the other person's best interest at heart? But when you have that person's best interest at heart, and then they come out and they roast you, and then 3.5 weeks later they die health related due to their weight. See, I told you so. Maybe you should have taken me up on my offer. Maybe there was time, but instead you decided to roast me when I said, hey, let's work out together. You decided to roast me, and I'm just talking about body positivity.
See,
you see what I'm saying?
Does it change, like you said, whether you say it nice or whether you say it mean, does it change the outcome of the person that you're trying to deliver it to? So my thing is, if the person is not in a mindset to make any changes at that point, you continuing to belittle the person or point the person out like, oh, that's why you're gonna die early, like all of that extra stuff, like, is at that point is not even necessary. It's like you extend the offer, like, I don't mind working out with you. We can go work out, blah, blah, blah. And then a person, if they're not ready, then you leave them alone. There's no need to keep belaboring the issue. A lot of times we think we can bully somebody into doing something that we want to do. And it makes you look stupid by doing that. Like, y'all look like people in general quick to say you can't, argue with a brick wall, or you can't argue by yourself. Once you put it out there, if you see that the person isn't receptive, then you go on about your business. You just go ahead and move forward, and that's it.
So just two things. So one, the gym is not a safe space for fat people. The same way that Shan pulled up that video, I could pull up 1,000+ videos of fat people in the gym trying to do something about the way they look, who are being ridiculed every day. So the apprehension of going to the gym without understanding, I think, can be a little bit tricky. But the other thing I wanted to say, because Marcus said something a couple of days ago on one of the other shows about, for every extreme action, there's an extreme reaction, right? So is it possible, and I don't necessarily believe this, but I'd like to hear you guys, is it possible that this brutal truth trend has become a thing because the body positivity movement and like the sexual liberation movement has been so extreme? Or is this the extreme reaction of being brutally honest, mean, bullying to these people because these people have become so delusional that they're not interested in fixing anything that
Well,
they have?
I think that well, I don't know why these people do what they do. I just think that, because I wanted to say this with mistake, and then we're gonna go back to you. I think the problem is we can't change other people. If we take that focus of trying to change everybody else and change yourself, we'd be better people. Pinpoint blank. Like, if she want to be fat, let her be fat. What does that have to do with what's going on in your household? If you're not the caretaker or anybody else, you don't even know this person. You know what I'm saying? You don't know the health issues. You don't know what caused her to be whatever it is that she is. Let them be. Why are we so focused on trying to make people feel bad about their being? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? It's the same thing when we sit here and we talk about, oh, your shortcomings. Oh, you're this. But we talk about your careers and you get offended when it comes to money. You get offended. Oh, we couldn't do because the white man, or whatever the excuse is. Okay, that's your business. Nobody's gonna come down on you. We state what we have to say. It's just like people want to just put what they want on other people all the time, and it's just like, just stop.
Like, I'm not gonna front. I have an issue with hearing, I guess, men and women, but I'm gonna say mostly men, because like they always talk about how visual they are, and they talk about how obese, Black women, and I'm gonna just specifically talk about Black women. Black women are overweight, they're obese, they're fat. And not saying that when you look at the stats that's not true. It is. But my thing is that if you know that is not your type of woman, then why even waste your breath talking about those women when you know you're not interested in them anyway? My thing is, just focus your energy into those women that meet your physical criteria. But belittling the women that don't, it doesn't matter. Like, what is your point in belittling the women that don't meet your criteria, your physical criteria that you want in a woman? Is it that you want them to lose weight so you'll have more women to choose from? Like, I don't understand, like, you know what I'm saying? What the point? Just like if I'm not into guys that are, only 5 feet, you know what I'm saying? That are below my height. I'm not going to focus my time and attention belittling those men and say, man, you need to grow. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're wear some shoes that have some heels in it. Like, I'm not going to focus my attention on them because I already know that I'm not attracted to them. So why am I going to waste my time and energy and focus on that
or belittle them because there's something they
Right.
can't even, like, who you're sitting here belittling? Oh, you five, like, who does that? Who has time to do that? It is so just rude. Like, okay, you don't think he knows he's 5'6"?
Diminishing people to make them feel bad, and for what? Like, if you're not interested in me, why do you need to tell me to my face I'm not interested in you? Like, you're not interested.
Feeling is mutual.
I just got one question. My biggest question, and I'm not even gonna like lay on this too much, but when the hell did we get so sensitive about everything?
I think,
like, when did we just why don't we just, like it used, I don't want to say used to be, but shit, we would take the insult, take the joke, whatever it was, and keep it moving. Why are we lingering on what somebody said? Why are we so soft? What the hell happened?
So the problem is the lack of empathy. Like, when did you stop being human? When did you stop knowing that other people have feelings? And you never know how that one thing that you just said may tip somebody over. You know what I'm saying? Like, you may think it's a joke, but to that person, it may not be a joke. To a family member, it may not be a joke, because you never know what's that tipping point for that person. Like, why do you feel like you have the right to say something bad about somebody else to make them feel less than? Why is that your right?
And
you should never even there's something it's when we're joking, it's because if I'm joking on you, it's because I feel comfortable with you. I know you, like, we buddies, we joking. I would never want to humiliate another person and joke on another person to make them feel bad. That's just me. That's my character. Because I always think about other people and their feelings. I know people have feelings. You just never know how people are going to take things. So yeah, you may be like, oh, it's a joke, but you don't even know this dude. You don't know what kind of day this person had. You don't know what they're going through. And you just said some bullshit that made them feel even worse than that. Like, who gave you the power to do that? Why do you think that that's your given right?
They gave me the power to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you give me, when you allow me to take more of your time, if you allow me to live rent free in your head based off of one comment, you gave me the power. Don't give people like the message, in my opinion, needs to be, don't give these people that power over you. Like, we so soft.
Yeah,
what the hell?
I think it's different what you're saying about being soft, like knowing how to take, certain criticism in an appropriate setting or a manner, versus people just being blatantly just rude and disrespectful. There, even back in the day, like you said, oh, you got to have tough skin or whatever. That environment still had a different set of norms than I think that's occurring today. So you just coming up to me and being like, you don't know me, be like, man, like, oh, you would be fine if you lost weight. Like, a man or a woman going up, or a woman being like, oh man, if you wasn't a UPS driver, like, what is the point? Like, if you're not interested in me and you don't want anything to do with me, why do I need your commentary? And then on top of that, to add insult to injury, you say, well, you just gave me, a space in your head because I'm living rent free in my, like,
But you could be. You could be on that list if you lost some weight. You could be on that list if your ass did something more, a little bit better than being a UPS driver. I'm just saying, like,
no, but what I'm saying,
that's crazy.
whether I lose weight or not, I don't want to be on your list anyway. You want me to be on your list. You're not an option for me either way. So why even say anything to a person? Like, I think that's the thing.
Then why take it offensively, though?
And whoever the Karens will say, oh, look at Karen just minding people business and it have nothing to do with her. Like, that's what
Karens.
It's the same thing. Y'all are involving yourself in people business that has absolutely nothing to do with you. If I want to walk around and be morbidly obese, that's not impacting you. If I have to get on a plane and I'm morbidly obese, it impacts me because I have to buy 2 or 3 seats. Like, that's not going to, you know what I'm saying, impact you in any way unless you want some like, for what? Like, I just don't get it. But
I don't know, but it kind of does impact my insurance rates.
How?
I don't know.
How? I don't know, but it kind of does impact my insurance rates.
How?
It kind of does impact my insurance rates. Oh, so we want to deep dive into that a little bit.
Hold on.
How
you're right. You got to. You're right.
I guess it depends on who insures you, because.
So here's the other thing, right? Because AP, you asked, like, when did we get so sensitive? When the internet became a thing, where it wasn't just the people around you that you went to school with, and now one person makes one comment and there's 2,000, 3,000 likes of that negative comment, and now other people feel comfortable making that comment. It's the fact that the entire world now has access to say those things to you that's made people more sensitive, because the impact of it is so much greater. You would have all of the self-confidence in the world, but if you go viral for the wrong thing, and we've seen it time and time again, the way that it destroys some people's lives.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Of it. And don't get it twisted, because they'll get you when you're not even looking. People will pull a camera out and you can be doing the weirdest thing that you're not even thinking you're doing, and people will videotape that shit, and next thing you know, you're like, what in the hell is this? You know? So you just be careful. Because
I just want to say something real quick on a point you guys were talking about when I stepped away. Michael Jordan was egocentric. LeBron James, by the way, is probably closer to the narcissistic personality. And the reason I say that, the one thing you have never heard Michael Jordan say is, I am the greatest, and then try to prove it. He has never said that. I've heard one person say, not Michael Jordan, you've heard LeBron James say it, and I heard him say it. Like, you haven't heard Michael Jordan say that.
Muhammad Ali was a narcissist?
Yes.
Also say he's the greatest.
Muhammad Ali was a salesman, but I do believe he had narcissistic tendencies. Yes.
I've seen Jordan say that to regular people he playing pickup basketball with.
He's greater than the person he's playing. Yes, I'll be the best player you've ever played against. You have, in any commentary on any interview, you've never heard Michael Jordan say, I am the greatest. He'll say, I can't say that because of the decades that came before me and the people that have come after me. On the other hand, we have heard LeBron James say it in an interview, and more than once, and blame the coach, and blame that he didn't have the right teammates, and have to create a team to go down to Miami, and then blame the teammates when they lost to Dallas. Like, people that are more egocentric leaders, i.e. Michael Jordan, takes the blame. Narcissists will not take the blame. I can't actually remember a time I've ever heard LeBron James say, you know what, y'all, that was on me. I'm the one that should have taken that shot. That's on me. I passed it to the guy and he thought we had time left. We never, have we ever heard LeBron James ever really take accountability? That is a sign of a narcissist. Just my opinion.
This might
by
be
the way, I think for those in the chat, I actually think LeBron James is an awesome basketball player. I want to go on record and say that. I'm just touching on what we were talking about earlier.
So I think this might be a media training thing, because Jordan, he would say stuff like that, way worse stuff. Like, if you talk to people that play with Jordan, they're gonna say he talk way more than any probably top 5 talk, you know what I'm saying, in the league. But if your point was publicly, I would have to agree with you, because Jordan don't have clips and snippets of going on press tours saying that stuff. But I think with the humanization and the closer move to people being able to show their true personalities through sports media and whatever, and through social media, that a lot of stuff that would not, like back in the day, right? Craig Elo. I don't know if you're familiar with him. You know who Craig Elo was? You remember how he got put out the league? You remember how he got put out the league?
I don't.
So Craig Hodges. It was Craig Hodges. I'm sorry. He was playing for the Bulls at the time.
Oh, really? We're talking about the point guard.
So he was in the Nation of Islam, and he was trying to speak out against things that was done, like similar to Kaepernick, about things that was done to Black people in America. He even went to the White House with a note and tried to give it to the president at the time to address some of his concerns. He had just won the 3-point shootout or something at the All-Star game, was coming off a winning season. They did not pick that man up. They held him fully responsible for all his thoughts and views and the things he was trying to address, and blackballed him out the NBA. He was completely blackballed. He actually one of my role models too, because he a super dope man, like super dope man. People don't hear his story because that happened to him. So I think
I didn't even hear it.
He could have got away with what he said versus when Jordan was playing. Back when Jordan was playing, they had a morality clause in their contracts, specifically when it came to their endorsement deals. If Jordan wouldn't have married Juanita and had a baby mom, he was doomed to lose a whole lot of money. Like they had to hide everything in their image to make sure they maintain a pristine image. Now moving forward, these people are allowed to be more like human, where they can make mistakes and actually speak about who they are, and you kind of get to know them. As a matter of fact, society is pulling for those things to get to know who these people are, as opposed to back then it was just clear cookie cut. You need to be an upright, standing, moral guy, and anything else we can't really mess with. And I think a lot of that changed with Iverson, right? He was like the precipice of when the change allowed people to kind of be them, their individual self versus what they had to fit into as the role model or the example of what was in the NBA. And I see in the chat they said Craig Hodges and Abdul Rauf both blackball. Same thing.
See, I knew about Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, but I didn't know that about Craig Hodges at all. I know
Craig
this
Hodges
is off subject. Wow, I'm gonna look.
He a great
I want to read.
Great man.
Y'all lost me when y'all started about sports.
So I just wanted to circle back. Isaiah had made a comment a little earlier about you can't get bullied on the internet, which I think is super wild. There was a girl, I think it was last week, it may have been the week before. She works at a Circle K, some sort of gas station. She wasn't one of these big content creators. She put up a post essentially talking about how some nurses are bullies and probably shouldn't be in the profession. They did bully her. They got her fired. They called her job. They had this girl's life completely destroyed. They doxed her. Her phone number circulated. So this idea that you can't be bullied on the internet when most people, unless you're into cybersecurity, most people's information is littered all over the internet. Mm-hmm. You think you can't be bullied on the internet? Yeah. If you think you can't be bullied on the internet without knowing that all of your information is out there and how accessible you are, I think is silly. Not to mention the fact that whether you're on the internet or not, you can still be cyberbullied. You can still have people put up things about you, write things about you, whether you have a presence or not. So I think we need to have a conversation about the fact that the internet, even though it's a bunch of talking heads, is still very much a place that has impact in people's real lives.
What do y'all think is the reason why people would decide to bully somebody? Like the baseline reason? Because I think then we might even step
maybe
into
I
the
should have
narcissism.
just said mental. Y'all, some people are just mental behaviors. It's just all mental.
So if one of the characteristics that make you a narcissist have to do with low self-esteem, I think that it, in my personal opinion, I don't have the definition in front of me, but I think that it may also correlate with you needing to project and off put your insecurity by highlighting a negative aspect of somebody else so people don't have to look directly at you. Yeah. I think that may be a big factor, and I think that ties in with the definition of narcissist, because at the baseline of their grandiose desire, there's a sense of insecurity that makes them behave the way that they do.
Or maybe you feel like you have to knock somebody down to make yourself look better. Is that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm describing. Yeah.
Or my thing is understanding bullying too, because some people have the old school mindset of what bullying could be, and it's typically like that physical bullying where the person in high school, slams you up against the locker to take your lunch money or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And that isn't all, because you could be verbally bullied as well. And so my thing is, if there's no hands put on you in verbal bullying. So when you're looking at cyber bullying, to me, that's kind of in the same realm of verbal bullying. You're just doing it through a different means. The impact is still the same. So like I remember one time a while ago when we were on here and was like, man, you sound very aggressive, like your tone, or threatening or whatever. Somebody on there was like, see, this is the problem, with women. It's like, oh, why do they feel, like threatened? They're on the computer. And I'm just like, again, do I think this person is going to be able to physically do anything to me via the computer? No. But the aggression is still aggressive. You know what I'm saying? The aggression can still be heard. The tone in which you're speaking, what you're saying, all of those things can still be felt in a sense of like, in a social manner or emotional manner in terms of a trigger or something like that. Like, so when people are sitting there talking about, oh, this, just turn off the internet, you can't be bullied, the impact of it is still the same. Once you see something, you can't unsee it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, people, I think that talk like that are the same people that live their lives through bullying on the internet, because they know in real life, like how we were talking before about how just going, saying, oh, you're fat, all of this stuff, all of this context in which people are being have shown a lack of empathy and calling people out. If you notice, a lot of that is happening on the internet. These same people that are doing this are not doing this in real life. They're not going up to these people talking about, bitch, you need to lose weight, you so fat. You like, they're not doing that. And so that's why I'm just like, all of this, like, so many people are so hard and gangster on this internet.
Yeah, because they want the clicks, mistake.
Right.
It's not about the other person. Sometimes it's about the clicks. They want the attention that's giving them calling somebody else out. So look at this right here, you guys. I just want to say, this is kind of off the subject, but we got to move on. Anybody want to read that?
More on her. Woman claims her boyfriend of 3 years got married over the weekend. I don't even know where the girl came from.
So random today. I don't know where you just like
my point is this.
going through your timeline.
It's one of them nights. Question.
We can get through all of these.
Question. So, because he lacked empathy in this situation.
Oh, you're trying to make a connection.
You reaching. You got Johnny what's dude, Mr. Fantastic arms today. You're reaching.
So y'all gonna say, okay, so let me, if I'm reaching, okay, I can't say it's narcissistic. We've already got off of that, like, period. So we talked about that. Let's move on. Let's just talk about the mental.
Okay.
Let's talk about empathy, right? The lack of empathy. Would that not be like would that not be horrible to do to somebody? That in your mind, do you not think that's not okay to do that to people? Or is that so normal that it's just nobody cares? Like, that's like,
no, you know, I would have fixed that, and why wouldn't have made it a problem?
What?
You already know the answer, Shan. It's the same answer every time.
No, so look at it, because let's just be honest. Because people love, and I should have brought that up. People love saying, "Oh, these women are the same man." This ain't the man she talking about. I can tell you this. She not running after that high value man y'all talking about. Okay, so she was probably dealing with somebody in her, league, and this happened to her. But that is so not, and I know I laughed at it, but I wasn't laughing. I was laughing at mistaken because she couldn't stop laughing. But that is so rude. Like, how do you date somebody for 3 years and you don't even tell them that you're about to be married?
So, first, I don't know the answer to that. That's a great question. But the other question that I have is, how do you not notice that this dude is pulling away from you? How do you not notice that he has this other thing going on? How do you miss every single sign? Like, you can't tell me there weren't signs that that suddenly he's about to something's about to change. You might not know that he's going to get married. You might not know that he's seeing another chick, but you didn't know that maybe you were the side chick. I mean, because that could be the case. He saw her as the side chick, and she didn't see herself as the side chick, which is a possibility. I mean, like, you.
It's like,
wait, do you think a girl can be a side chick for 3 years and not know she's a side chick?
Oh, hell yeah.
yes.
I'm asking.
I mean, that's a long time.
That's what I'm saying. I think.
All right, so if
Unless
you look at like
this relationship.
so even I say, yeah, I mean, so if you don't live with the person, then it can occur because people have blocks of time allocated to whatever, and you don't know how they allocating that time. Like, I saw a video where this dude was talking about going to a work trip. Then when they checked into the hotel, and he had met the girl in the hotel, then left the hotel, and he was talking about going to the airport and walked right around the corner into his house. You seen that video? And then just went about his day. And he was like, "Yeah, next time I'm out there, I'm gonna hit you up again."
Listen,
like
these men, look, listen to this. This is what y'all fail to understand. This is a full-time job for some men. Playing people. It's a full-time job. They put more energy in playing people than they do with success in their life. That's why they broke. That is why they are broke.
But that's what I'm trying to say, Shan. Like, I can see that occurring, like being a side chick, and you may have a long distance relationship. But if we live about 20 minutes from each other, even if we're
find out
for 20 minutes, I can't necessarily see being in a relationship for 3 years not knowing you're the side chick. I'm just saying, in my mind,
I think that
because I will, if I'm thinking we're in a relationship, there isn't after 3 years, there is no calling you before I come by. My ass just popping up.
I think
like,
that
I'm not. There's going to be a certain a limit of rules that we had in the beginning. Like, I'm gonna respect your space in the beginning when we're first knowing each other. Yes, I'm gonna call before I come by, or expect you to call before I come by, or anything like that. It's just certain things in the beginning that you're just respecting people's space and things like that. But after being together 3 years, there's just certain things that I'm just no longer going to do because I'm like, oh, we're past that phase and stage in our relationship. So yes, I'm going to just drop by unannounced. You know what I'm saying?
I think people who are
2023 dating, you do that shit if you want to.
yeah, like in this day and age, you're gonna get caught trying to do that. But I remember a time back in the 90s where it was not only possible, but a lot of people did it. Because one, it was you didn't get social media reports about where everybody was at. You had to wait till somebody came home till they got to their house phone in order to contact them. They could have been doing anything under the sun. And then on top of that, if you already in a relationship and you meet somebody and you have allotted time outside of that relationship, like when you're out the house, you can form your new relationship along that time schedule and then remove any doubt from the person in the original relationship because your time hasn't adjusted or changed. I think it's maybe not now, but back then.
No. So I think that it's so mistaken real fast. I think it depends on his relationship with the other woman. Because there are people who have been in relationships for so long, they don't even like to be around each other no more, but they just do it because we've been together for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? I don't care where he goes. And so he has more time than the lovey-dovey. Oh, I want to be up under you all the time. You know, because there are relationships like that. You know,
it's obvious. Like, if I'm with you for 3 years, at some point, I know I'm gonna be sleeping over at your spot. You're gonna be sleeping over at my spot. Like, we may not live with each other, but I'm going to be hanging out at your house. You're gonna be hanging out at my house.
These dudes be cheating. People cheat and have you sleeping at their house. Like, they be with girlfriends. They will have girlfriends and still have you sleep at their house. Like.
So where the girl? That's what I'm trying to
say. Yeah, I'm riding with Mistaken on this one. There is definitely we're talking 3 years. There's definitely a different level of access for a woman that has been with a man for 3 years. Basically, this is what I think. This is an assumption. I don't know these people's story. I think that she knew kind of what it was, and she wanted more, and this dude ended up finding a different chick. Let's call it a year and a half in, and this chick is super dope. Why he kept messing with the other chick is beyond me, because I don't believe you should do that unless you're open with both. But she didn't want to believe it. She didn't want to buy into it. She didn't want to see. In her mind, I think she thought that at some point he would come around and it would just be them two exclusive. And he had other plans.
He had a whole.
That's what I think that happened.
At some point, I feel like you should just have a conversation. Like, look, I found somebody else. We gotta, like, nobody cares about closure anymore. Like,
yeah, that's where I think that he's wrong.
Hell no, we ghost. What are you talking about? Closure. People actually ghost now.
Coming up to Enos, people who ghost all the time. It's like a mental lack of emotion, something. I'm sure it's something.
My thing is, if I have the same limited access with you at year 3 like I did at year 1, there's a problem. That's a red flag right there. You know what I'm saying? At year 3 shouldn't be looking like year 1 to me.
That's a red flag for me.
It's a long time though. I ain't gonna even lie. But go ahead.
If you look, when I was younger, I used to be with the shits, right? So if you was already planning on carrying on this extra shit, then you would bake that into the reason why before it would become a problem in the future. So like, say you don't want nobody popping up at your house, you would consistently maintain a reason why somebody can't pop up at your house. You wouldn't then, like, because what y'all are, I feel like, are assuming is that the relationship gets to a point where certain access is granted naturally. But if you were already planning on cheating, or you already in a relationship, why would you grant that access at that point?
But
that's counterproductive.
With women, see, you're thinking logically in terms of trying to plan ahead. But the one thing with women, you can't plan for the unexpected, and a woman is always going to hit you with the unexpected. Now, she may pop up and end up being surprised herself, but at the end of the day, you can't not necessarily plan for that, because if a woman is really into you and she's getting like some kind of, intuition, like something seems off, she's going to do some kind of drive-by. She's going to do some kind of investigation to figure out if what her spider senses
yep, I do it all the
time. Are on point.
So with especially with the men from my era, we're like, so if you just pop up at my house without me knowing that, I'm gonna leave.
Oh, me too. And Marcus, listen, that's what I'm saying. I don't care. We there for 3 years. Don't look. You better do a drive-by now. Let me know it, because don't pop up at my house.
That's what a woman will do that, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. If I don't feel, if we're in a relationship for 3 years and we're looking the same way that we did at year 1, that's a red flag for me already. My year 1 shouldn't be looking like my year 3.
True.
If I'm only coming over in the beginning, I came over your house only on Mondays because you said your work schedule was such and such. By year 3, even though your work schedule may be the same, I'm expecting that you're going to leave me in the house by myself at some point. You know what I'm saying? We've been in this relationship for 3 years. There should be, I should see a progression of access. If I don't see that progression of access, then there's
a side chick.
Yeah. So like, I think
that's being honest. If we're gonna speak openly and honestly about this, if you're the side chick, that it will remain from day 1 to day 9,643. But if you are the main, the access levels do change. Like, we got to be honest about that. The amount of access you get to me that I allow you to have, it'll steadily increase. And Marcus is absolutely right. Don't pop up on me. Like, that's actually one of the 3.
I said don't pop up on me too.
That's literally one of my 3 rules, is don't just randomly pop up on me. But if we've hit the 3rd year, I've probably been quite flexible on all 3 of those rules.
You're
quite flexible.
I'm stopping by.
Like, hey baby, I'm coming on through, and that's the permission right there. Hey baby, I'm coming on through. What I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna tell you? No, if you my main, what I'm gonna do? No, baby, don't pop up.
That's what I do. AP.
You ain't shit, Shan.
I remember when I was outside.
I'm not far from your neighborhood. I'm gonna stop by.
We'd be in the club and I see dudes in the bathroom calling a girl or having their homeboy call their girl and say he got locked up, and then writing on their hand with the marker they little intake number or whatever, and then can enjoy their time in the club so they can spend the night out and then go home after and say, oh, I got locked up last night. Or like this is, I don't think it could happen the same way now. It may, because I'm not in tune with the new shit, the new cheating standards and whatever else they be doing. But back then they have a whole separate phone. So the access that you talking about, here go the phone. Like I got a whole nother, like he got a whole fake phone now.
There's
Like
a difference between
the people who got a desire to do something gonna do it. People rob banks at one point. Now they rob crypto accounts. Now they come up with different.
Like the person have
Never underestimate the ingenuity of somebody. Yeah, well, never underestimate the ingenuity of somebody want to do something.
Marcus, just a question, just a man-to-man question. You got these two chicks, and everything's going kind of the way you want. Both chicks understand your program. You're not looking to get married. Are you going to suddenly look to get married to one without talking to the other one?
Good question, AP.
Am I being deceptive, or is this a real thing?
No,
is this cheating, or is this like a poly relationship? I don't understand the metrics of
he's
this.
talking about he's talking about no poly right now. I know it's
Yeah,
hard.
so
this is cheating. This is somebody cheating on the other person.
You got two sneaky links that are just cool with being a sneaky link.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly you develop feelings for girl B.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And do you not say anything to girl A to say, hey, you're going a different direction? Or do you just let it roll and then suddenly marry girl B? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to imagine. Like, I'm trying to picture every scenario I possibly can as to how this dude was moving. Either he's moving foul with one, like, if I got this one chick and I'm gonna call her my main just because I'm gonna call her, that's the way I'm gonna distinguish them. I got this one chick that's my main, but she's cool with me dipping other girls, right? So I decide on this one other chick who is my side chick, and she's cool with that. Am I at some point gonna tell this side chick, yo, I'm actually gonna move a whole ass other direction with this main chick? Or am I gonna just like ghost it? Or like there's like every scenario I can think of, either I'm being wholly deceptive with both, or I'm just completely being a dick to one.
So when I was younger, I experienced this before, and the way I handled it was to try and tell the other one that, I'm not messing with you and I'm just gonna move on, so I could actually get in a relationship and try and make it work. That backfired horribly on me. When I say horribly, it went so bad. The girl, look, she tried to pretend like she was gonna delete herself. Then when I went by to check on her after the self-deletion attempt, she then told the other girl that I was over there because I was still in love with her, and then went on a campaign to try and ruin the relationship with me and the other. That shit went bad. The case for ghosting somebody has never been stronger after that shit happened. I wouldn't do it, but I'm saying in that specific instance, that's how that shit played out. So it's like, even if you try to get somebody closure and they don't want to close the door, then what you gonna do? You're gonna be stuck with knowing that they're upset and trying to get at you. Like it's a tricky thing. I think he absolutely wrong for just marrying somebody and not telling the other lady, especially if he convinced them they was in a relationship. That's why I said way back in the beginning, because I'm speaking from the experience of having done all of these different silly little things in dating. Tell people the truth. That way they can make a decision. And when you make a decision in any other way, they can't feel a way about it. Because all of these crazy scenarios occur because somebody had an expectation that you allowed them to continue to believe and didn't correct it at all. And then they just went wild because you lied to them, even though you might not have said that. Like,
I was curious. So because it sounds like we would have been very similar in that situation and just bit the bullet on it. But go ahead, Missy Nas. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I missed it. Did it say that he ghosted her or she just found out? Because he may not have ended the relationship. He might have still been having both. Did it say that he ghosted her or ended?
No, it didn't.
Okay. So I think
I'll pull it back up. Give me a second.
Just found out that he got married. It didn't say anything about ghosting. Yeah.
And she might not even left him, right? He Yeah, woman claims that her boyfriend of 3 years got married over the weekend. I didn't even know where the girl came from. Yeah, it sounds like he's having his cake and eating it too. And
It's still her boyfriend.
Huh?
It says woman claims her boyfriend, so it's still a boyfriend.
Yeah. So I think this is one of those things where, you know, we've seen it time and time again. It happens regularly, no matter how logical it seems that a woman would notice things. And we say this all the time, right? When a woman really loves a man, she'll lie to herself.
Yeah, you don't even have to lie.
Yeah. So he could have been inconsistent. He could have been consistent in his inconsistencies. There could have been all of these scenarios, but if she wanted to continue that relationship, she was definitely going to lie to herself. And I think that's what the shock was when she found out he got married.
I think it's interesting. It still said my boyfriend instead of my ex-boyfriend.
That'll make you wake up right there. Damn.
What you say? What to make you wake up?
I said that right there. Make you wake up. No more delusion.
I don't think so, because I've seen like y'all must forget Jerry Springer. Y'all must forget Maury.
I mean, look at the on there though.
You can't convince me that that's not a lot of. I think that's more representative of the population in the date market currently than anything. It'd be a lot of situationships and things like that. And they all, well, Jerry Springer, they would know, fight, and then look at it as fighting for the relationship to keep that shit going. Like they would like fist fight the other. You telling me you don't know women that fought each other over a man and they kept both messing with them?
But what happened?
Men like that. They create that environment. They like drama. They talk about how they want peace, but they be creating drama.
Yeah. So my question to you is, would that not? So back to AD's point. Would it not be fair? The most fair, just to be honest with people, even if that person is emotionally attached to you, that's a blessing. She fell in love with you. Just to say, look, I'm just going to be honest with you. I wanted you to find out any other way. I wanted to come from you. Especially if you've been talking to this person for 3 years. 3 years is it's a long time to have somebody in your life. Even if it's not a sexual encounter, just somebody you've been maybe on the phone with, chopping it up with, anything for, consistently for 3 years. That's a long time. You can't call and say, look, I apologize. I found somebody else.
I want to know
what happened when I tried that.
I want to know what his wife looked like.
You said what now?
That shit ain't good. I said I told you what that happened. That shit ain't go through.
So that's not going to stop it from happening when you get married. She can still do that, or when you be with the other person, she finds out. Right. So the only difference is you're at least manning up and doing your part. I can always say, look, I tried to do the right thing by her. I allow her, honestly, she's in love with me. She's emotional. I get that. I'm gonna be a good enough friend to her for me to understand. I put myself in her shoes. Her heart got hurt because she trusted her heart with me. And unfortunately, I had to break it. So the least I can do is just be there while, I'm sorry this happened, blah, blah, blah. It's time limit on that.
But see, what Marcus is talking about was he was initially operating in deceit. And I think that's when people get hurt.
Because they don't know. They're blindsided.
Right. You're operating in deceit. But if let's say he had that conversation with her and whoever else he was dealing with up front, that, I'm dating other people, or I'm not being exclusive, whatever language you use to let her know that she's not the only one in the picture. I think that's totally different, because then when you do say, you know what, I'm it's taking a different direction. I decided to settle down and I'm getting married. So I'm gonna have to cut this off. Not to say that her feelings won't be hurt, because, a woman can still develop feelings for a person, even with the person being honest with them. If they are having physical, interaction with each other, if they're having sex, it could be a situation where she does end up, still developing an attachment with you. So her heart's still going to be hurt. But like you said, at the end of the day, I was open and honest with her from Jump Street, and she chose to be in this situation. So at that point, she can't be, she can choose to be mad, but she can't be mad and operating from a point of her being surprised as if she didn't know.
And let's not act like this doesn't happen the opposite too. It be dudes out here be trying to delete women because they done went to another dude. They take it to the extreme. Be like, what?
Oh yeah, it go both ways. It's women that live double lives too. Like, according to like a lot of the podcasts
and he in love.
Even to the point where some men, they could form relationships with like cam girls, e-girls, OnlyFans models. Some people really think they're in real relationships with some of these women. And
Marcus, I saw a video on YouTube. You know how they do the like true crimes and they'll do like the backstories of people. That's in my algorithm for whatever reason. But anyway, it was one lady. She was a dancer. She met that dude one time, VIP session one time. He started stalking her and ended up killing him.
See the dude that was living on top of the other girl attic. Like he snuck in and moved into her attic and was stalking her, like living in her attic. I think she was a dancer too.
Oh my god!
See, I saw one that was like that, but it was like the basement. I thought, but I mean, shit. Either way, it's crazy. And damn, Shan, that mug is bigger than your face.
Hey, this look like a baby can, don't it? Like,
like a what?
My hand's so huge, it be making big stuff look like toys. Like
kiss.
Pause.
How tall are you again, Marky Mark?
Like 6'7".
Oh wow.
He mean it too.
Let's see these super chats real fast and we'll go back to the combo. Salute HD. Always looks like he on the road when he is no. I look at that picture. I always think, where he going? But it's just a picture.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Sophisticated jerk with the 10. Shout out to the panel. Manic sophistication in the building.
Thank you.
Sydney Minty with the 5. For someone to be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, it requires at least 5 narcissistic traits. There are at least 10. Sydney Minty with the 2. There's a such thing as a healthy amount of narcissism. Yeah, I was saying I think I'm on the spectrum.
I think a lot of athletes have that. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think you have to have a little bit of that as an athlete. Like you won't be successful otherwise.
Little cockiness never hurt it. Just a little bit.
No, because when I was like, I remember my teacher telling me I wasn't gonna be shit. She was like, "You a big fish in a small pond. Wait till you get in a bigger pond." And I remember like some of the older people who was like, "You're not that good. You just big." Or da-da-da-da-da. So you have to hear all of that negativity and not like embrace it, and then still believe in yourself despite what other people are saying about you, which is like
really go around saying things like that though.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, my teacher definitely told me that.
Now I have told a kid that if he wants to be an NFL player, it'd be nice to play on the football team. It may be a good start.
No, that was different. She was poking me in my chest after class saying that shit like, "You ain't gonna be nothing. You a big fish in a small pond. Wait till you get to high school. They gonna tear your ass up."
Maybe she was trying to toughen you up a little bit. Tough love.
No, she was being a bitch.
Uh-huh. I had a 3rd grade teacher tell me that too, that I wasn't gonna make it into the gifted and talented school.
Well,
that's with these 3rd grade teachers. They be doing the most.
Yeah.
My 3rd grade teacher was awesome.
Mine told me to sit my ass down when I went to the pencil sharpener. Her superintendent.
Her name was Miss Whitfield. I'll never forget her. And when I was Miss Ingram, I came back, I saw her doing bus duty outside, and I walked up to her and be like, "Hi, Miss." She was like, "Oh, hey, sweetie, how you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I made it into that school you said that I could make it into." And she was like, "Oh, that's so wonderful." And then I got mad because I'm like, "Oh,
you want a bigger response."
Right, you don't even remember what you said to me, and I remember that. And she's like, "Oh, that's wonderful." You know, I'm like, "Bitch," you know.
I remember I went to my little elementary reunion, driving the Benz with the bad one on my.
You have an elementary reunion? Oh my god!
Yeah, we had an elementary reunion, and them dudes' mouth was just on the ground, like, "God damn, this nigga still got the juice." Yeah, motherfucker, you thought I was gonna be a small fish, big fish. Fuck you, man. That's how I was feeling.
Now
are you guys done talking about yourselves and your accomplishments, you narcissistic people?
was actually talking about trauma.
Are you done?
Yeah. We was talking about trauma though.
Oh gosh, that's hilarious. I've always thought if you abuse it, you shall lose it. Which means that if you abuse your talent and use it for bad, then it's a possibility that you will lose your talent.
What do you mean use it for bad?
When you abuse it, so I have this thing, and I tell my students this all the time. I don't know why I think this way. I don't know if I heard it from somewhere. But, you know, like the girl who thinks she's too cute for the guy, he's like, you know, she's like, ugh, he liked me. She's joking. I'm like, girl, be happy somebody likes you. That's a compliment. If you abuse it, you may lose it, meaning you don't know how long those looks are going to last. You know, you may not have that. You know, you never know what the future has for you, but you don't ever down somebody because you may lose. I call everything that you have as a talent. You know, you may lose your talent. I do think so. If you abuse it, you may lose it.
That's fair. I will say most of the girls that like did not look that good in like junior high, freshman, sophomore year of high school, they glowed up. They glowed. Like I be joking with I'm like, you had the fat girl syndrome when you was real young, so your personality developed to be a good person, and then you became fine.
She just had to grow into that chubbiness.
Yeah, but that like I think
get a little taller.
Yeah, I and then you be fine. You like, damn, you a good person and you fine. Yeah, they be coming
that
up.
booty was fat back in the day. Now it's fat. Hey.
It was FAT back in the day. Now it's PHAT. You can say, honey.
Y'all silly as hell tonight.
You just didn't appreciate it because you was a little kid and you ain't know no better. But
no, I knew. I just wasn't the move. We all know.
So, but here's the thing with that shit: is that really true? Right? When we look at the billion, the if you abuse it, you lose it. Right?
I think that I don't think it obviously is some shit I pulled out. You know, I don't think that that's true. But I have seen, especially when it comes to looks. I don't know about money, but when it comes to looks, I've seen some people who were so cocky back in the day, and they just that Asian did not do well with them. You understand what I'm saying? No, and then too, I'm sorry, let me finish. And then when it comes to money, I mean, look at the trickle that's going on with the money now. People are so cocky in today's stuff, they abuse their power, and all these things come to light. You know, just gotta humble yourself.
So, but here's the thing, right? Is like the kids now are being influenced by a generation of people who did abuse it and are finding success, whose looks aren't dropping, whose money isn't going down, whose talents are only increasing, right? And so while it's fair to say that isn't everybody, these kids are now looking at the extremes as normal and are playing the odds that they're going to be the exception to the rule, because that's what they're constantly being fed, right? So with that, is it really true if all we're seeing is the bad people win? Right.
Well, I think that we're seeing them win in real time. Like, so who knows what the future may hold? You know what I'm saying? And some people are just now cocky. We don't know how they had humble beginnings and now they got it. They acting a little foolish, you know, and so their abuse may just now be, starting. But let's look at all these people, like the Weinstein, isn't his name? All those people who were once on a pedestal and they just start tumbling down. I'm just saying. All I'm saying to you is, don't be burning no bridges on your way up, because that burnt bridge may be responsible for your bridge.
So, but that's what I'm saying. For every Weinstein, there's a Bill Gates, right?
Did Bill Gates do bad or something? I hear it.
Bill Gates does a lot of really bad things and has continuously done a lot of really bad things. But
his time is coming.
But we don't know that, right? Because there's also the Rothschilds, who generations of bad people who've done incredibly bad things, who continue to win. The
Rockefellers, Koch brothers. I mean, shit.
So this is the thing. This is the thing right here. Sometimes we don't have to always see what the punishment is. You understand what I'm saying? It could be a line of it could be mental illness. It could be a line of so many things that we're not even able to see. We don't actually have to see what comes back on somebody. Nobody's life is perfect. Trust me, if he's up here in one area, something is lacking. It's always a trade-off. It really is. So maybe it's not something we see. Maybe we keep saying like, oh, because he's getting all this money. But people say more money, more problems. How many people have we known commit suicide when they have money? Like, you just never know what's taking place behind closed doors. And I'm not wishing ill on anybody. You know, I wish them all the best. I hope everything is working out for them. But I will hope also that they're not treating other people bad. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. But you just never know.
I agree with you on you don't want to burn bridges and you should treat people the way you like to be treated. However, what prevents me
always got to come in with a.
However, what prevents me from believing in karma fully is American chattel slavery, and then the proceeds being still kept and isolated. And it's like, well, that lifetime went by, that lifetime went by, that lifetime went by, that lifetime went by. So. Like, does it really happen that way, or like Inaz was saying, in real time, do people get to keep the benefits of whatever they did and enjoy it to the end of their life? The only other way I could see it make sense is if the afterlife is actually real and then people are punished in the afterlife. But if it's not, then they just came up for doing whatever they wanted.
So look at it this way. I think it's whichever you feel is your blessing. So some people may feel like, so you may have one family who their blessing is, they don't have all the money in the world, but they're blessed with great health. Like they all, they know great grandparents, they know their grandparents, they know because they live very long lives. And that in itself is wealth, okay? Whereas you may have some people who are wealthy and they don't live very long lives. It's certain things, you just never know how people are blessed in different areas. You understand what I'm saying? So I would say that, it may not come in the form in which you want it to come, but I think that we can all look back and see some blessings that have happened in our life. Be like, dang, that was a blessing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just for me, at least.
So I just want to say real fast.
I count my blessings, though.
And I know where my blessings lie. My blessings lie in Friday night when I get to sit on a panel with you three beautiful women. I really appreciate it.
If he be gaslighting every Friday.
No, that's
I'm not gaslighting. I'm telling you.
I love it, honey. Keep coming in.
And I'm not even gonna say pause because I will.
Building up this narcissistic behavior.
That Marcus said that I had thought about this before and had an epiphany. I just kind of want y'all to tell me your thoughts on it. So when we say that saying, you treat others the way you want to be treated, I know we're speaking from a place of like, being kind and nice, but what if you are a person that don't even treat yourself nice, right? So in that regard, you are treating people the way that you, I guess, expect to be treated in that regard. Because I think what's happening too is that people are treating people the way that they feel that they're being treated. And so it's this negative cycle of just, again, like what we were talking about, just like that lack of empathy. Maybe they felt like nobody ever spoke, life into them, or so that's what they know. And so now they are emulating that same or, exhibiting that same kind of behavior. Does that make sense?
Yeah. With that, because I understand exactly what you're saying. They personal experience forces them to feel bad about themselves, so they treat other people bad. It's kind of like bleeding all over people.
Right.
The thing I'm conflicted about, though, is their personal experience of feeling treated bad because. Hold on, come back to me because I gotta put it together, because I won't be able to translate.
You say because
I know what I'm trying to say, but it's not.
Start again. Let me help you.
Okay, so they may not have been treated badly, but the way they perceive the treatment based off their self-esteem to them feels as if they are being treated badly. So they treat others badly based off of believing that they're treated badly, which never initially occurred.
Mm-hmm.
But the perception is that they were treated badly. So their negative perception created a negative outlook, and then it projected itself from there based off the initial thing that actually did not happen.
And so then it reinforces their initial thought of being treated
Of
negatively.
being treated badly. So they're treating others how they were treated based off of that initial thing. It's like some chicken and the egg type of stuff. So you can't really, you know what I'm saying, get to the
You create it yourself, and it reinforces that thought. You move in a way that, yeah, I get it. That you're operating in a way that you perceive is already happening, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
prophecy. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess. We had other things. Well, this is totally off topic. Anybody else wanted to contribute to that? You know, like meat and potatoes at the beginning, because sometimes when we start the opposite way, we never get to the meat and potatoes. So I just decided to do the reversal.
So one more thought on that. If you so say you choose to interpret all negative interactions as positive interactions, or that you can glean something from each time, no matter what's occurring. Like, okay, I can pull this out of. Do you then, from that perception, create positive interactions with other people based off you taking the negative, finding a positive in it, and then pushing forward positive? So when it comes back around, it'll be more positive. Do you think that that's a thing?
Yeah, I think that
it's gonna be positive for your life. I mean,
that's soul energy. I believe. So yeah, definitely, because if you're viewing things positive, like I don't necessarily know too many situations that you're in with the opposite mindset. So if you're always in a negative situation, you always have a positive mindset, or if you're always in a positive situation, you always have a negative mindset. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Typically, if you're in a negative situation, a lot of times it impacts your thinking, which makes your thinking negative, and vice versa. But I do think if you're in a negative situation, but you are physically put in a positive situation, that adjusts or helps change your mindset. Therefore, you can create a different environment that becomes more positive.
You know what? That's kind of like, let's think about in relationships, right? Because I think that a lot of people do this nowadays. They had a bad experience, right? And so now they feel like everybody is going to do the same thing. So they like go in, guarding their heart, or not want to be vulnerable in a relationship. And so it's just like, and it's all because one person did something to you. How often do we hear guys say that, like, oh yeah, you messed me up in high school. Now I'm about to be tricking off and just let everybody else have it. That's all time. Mm-hmm. But one person. Or maybe 2 or 3.
I do have a question about vulnerability. For a guy, what does that look like for a guy? Like, do vulnerability for a girl look different than vulnerability for a guy? And if so, what is that nuance? What is that? What's the difference?
Good question.
Yeah, AP.
You can start this one.
The reason
vulnerability.
A lot of times, as women or as men too, we see things through our feminine lens. You guys typically see things through your masculine lens. And so when we could both have the word like vulnerability, or even the word loyalty for you guys may be displayed different in your expectation for how women display loyalty versus the way women expect men to display loyalty. So I wanted to know about vulnerability, because I've been hearing that lately in these spaces. So I just kind of wanted to know, what does that look like for men?
So I think for men would be putting yourself in situations where your personal health safety are at risk on behalf of your family, because you're putting yourself in a position of vulnerability because something can negatively occur. I think vulnerability in women is complete submission, because you're vulnerable to what can happen from there. But I also think that those two things are power. So the desire to protect and do all those things and step in front of the bullet is a powerful thing, although it's still vulnerable. And submission from a woman is one of the most powerful things she can do, but it's still vulnerable.
And what about the emotional vulnerability? What does that look like for men versus women? in your opinion?
In my opinion, I think it's still the same thing. Like, so you even emotionally, you intaking all that she has to try and to filter it or try and help her through it. Like, you're trying to stand in the gap, like trying to be the rock for that person. So you take in the information that the negative emotion that they have without it destroying you. And then for her, I think it would be the same way, trying to provide positivity without allowing the negative that you're assuming from the other person to destroy you.
Something that I noticed in your answer.
What's that?
Is that I said, what is a man's emotional vulnerability? Meaning, you as a man, how do you express or show vulnerability in your emotions? But your response was in relation to a woman, like really her vulnerability. You were saying you be in a stand-in for her vulnerability, but not necessarily you directly as a man.
Interesting. That's interesting. I see your point. I see your point.
And that's what, like, so that the reason I was asking that is because a lot in these spaces, I'm seeing that there's more conversations around emotional intelligence and men being able to express their emotions and being vulnerable and things like that. And in those conversations, I just didn't necessarily hear what that vulnerability is for a man. And I guess, and the reason is because, like I said, I know we express things differently. So I, in my mind, would like to be on a lookout in terms of what that vulnerability looks like for a man, just so I can acknowledge it when I see it. But it seems like you guys don't necessarily know how to actually recognize that for yourselves.
Well, to me, like, the potential for violence is vulnerable. Like, when you potentially can get injured, hurt, or killed, that's you being vulnerable because you're in a situation where something negative can happen.
Vulnerability. I said emotional vulnerability. What does that look like for a man?
Love.
Okay.
What does love look like though?
Love looks like love. Like, you know what love looks like. I mean,
I don't know, because some of y'all be moving like y'all in love and y'all don't be in love. That's
Let
why
me see.
I was in a relationship for 3 years and didn't realize he was getting married.
But you see
let me see.
He said we don't emotionally vomit our feeling due to society and also trauma. But that's my thing. You don't express it. So my thing is, as a woman, how would
you recognize it
when you're being emotionally vulnerable if it's not going to, if through our lens we look at it through, I guess what he said, emotionally vomit. If we're looking for those things, then we're always going to miss when you're being vulnerable if you're not expressing it in that way.
Let me try this. Let me try this, because I'll say it this way: it's when we entrust you with something personal. For example, and it may not even be something personal, but it's something when we vent, not about you, but about work. That is us being vulnerable to you. That is us letting you in to what's going on with us. Because we're not we typically don't sit in an emotional state for a long time. Just typically we don't. But if something is weighing on us, for example, me being vulnerable to you guys was when I told you guys that I didn't get the promotion, and I kind of went into a little bit of detail about that. Mm-hmm. And not once did any of you come back and let's say use that against me somehow, which then I can come back and give you more information. Because what happens is if men in general give you a little bit, a snippet, you're not going to get the full picture. You're only going to get a snippet. And what do you do with that information will dictate what more we feel like we can give you. That's the way we'll show that type of vulnerability. Like we're not going to be like, we're going to. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna use your example, an example of a situation that you've said on live before, right? About when your husband didn't really show his emotion. For him, it was his vulnerability was him telling you he's being strong for you guys. Let you get that out. So what you do with that information will determine how he moves forward in, comparable situations. And I think that's the way we express our vulnerabilities to women.
Yeah, I think that's a great point about not weaponizing personal information or when you express something to you. That's important. Like, I think that's how you maintain and build trust with people, when they can tell you something and like they don't have a desire to weaponize it, or they would not weaponize it against you.
And I'll also say Inaz gave me some great information, some great insight, and it has actually helped me build something that I know is coming down the pipe. If it's for me, God will make sure it's for me. But it has uncovered some things for me. And again, there's never been a personal jab about it ever. And even in our group chat, there's never been a jab about it. So that, as you can see now, I'm giving more information. And my mind, I'm like, F the chat. So no matter what they say, the information I'm giving is to you guys. You know what I'm saying? And that's the opinion. And that's the opinion that matters to me. And that's me being vulnerable. Just using a personal example and hoping that gives you a little bit of insight into your answer that you're kind of looking for.
Yeah, but I would like Marcus to explain a little more about what he meant about love being is vulnerable.
You dug that hole, brother.
Let me pull up the definition so I can make sure you understand why I said love is vulnerable. Because I think you're not the only one who disagreed with me. All right, so the definition for vulnerable is, all right, susceptible to physical or emotional attack or harm. Based off of that, love fits that criteria because you open yourself up to be susceptible to emotional harm. Also, if you trust somebody into your personal space, they have the ability to backdoor you, which is physical harm. So you're not on guard as you would be with people that you do not feel, or you not allow yourself to be because the opposite of it. So it says similar words would be in danger, in peril, in jeopardy, at risk. And then opposite would be well protected, invulnerable, resilient, and immune too. So I think that fits that criteria perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, because for me, because now that you explained it, I kind of agree, because there's a certain way that you're gonna move totally different, I think, when you're in love with a person, in terms of, like you said, opening up yourself, and you do put yourself in a place of vulnerability, because then that is a level of a lack of, like you said, guard. Like, I think about now, and I would pray that this would never happen, that if my husband and I had ever divorced for some reason, that there's literally nothing about my life that he does not know, like in terms of being 100% transparent with him about things that I have never told anyone else. He knows. And when I think about that level of trust that I had to share with him, but then also thinking about, dang, if we ever broke up and he wanted to share some of that, like that would F me up. You know what I'm saying? So definitely like feeling vulnerable in that regard, that at that point, like there were no guards, there were no protections, there was no nothing. It was just like, I'm gonna just share everything with you. That's kind of scary when I think about that. Like, not that I think he would ever do, because his personality, I think even if we broke up on bad terms, that he's not that type of person. From what he's shown me all of these years, that he's just not that type of person to do that. But then again, there's this little piece that be like, you never know. You know what I'm saying? Because when hurt people are hurt, they hurt people. You know what I'm saying? So, and vice versa. There's things that I know that he shared with me that he has not shared with anybody else. So I think being vulnerable, you feel safer when you know the other person is also being vulnerable with you. If it's just one-sided, I don't know. I think I would feel some kind of way about that.
Yeah, I don't think it's one-sided though. I think we presented it coming from both sides in the way, like the things you know about him makes it not one-sided.
But sometimes these child.
So like the women, like the men and women who have a desire to try and get even with you, right? I could understand it if there are parameters behind it, but there are people who like say something happened, right, and they interpret it. This is why like emotionally unstable people or people that are chaotic, I try and like distance myself within a relationship from these type of women, because I can't dictate from one day to the next how your emotions is gonna fly. So if you perceive something going away and I was vulnerable with you in any way, then you now have convinced yourself via some weird thing that's going on in your mind to now attack me with it. I'm not, yeah. Shout out to, we got the big fella, big Granville, big Paste Blanc. Hey.
GBG Bill, $49.99. Mark, excuse me, but Marcus only get the shout out.
No, look, for a 50 ball, I believe he deserves a shake.
Hit him with the but yeah.
Would all of you guys have said, do you feel that you've ever been vulnerable, Marcus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I
hope so. I just you say what?
I hope so.
What you say, Shan? Yeah.
Love is, so I know that you like love your wife and stuff like that. So yeah, okay. Would you say you've been vulnerable, AP?
Truly, truly, truly vulnerable. Mm-hmm. One time in my life. She fucked it up for everybody else.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, I said what I said.
Now, didn't
I tell y'all it be one person that messes up for everybody?
Do you think you could ever get to that point again, especially now that you do have a wife?
One time in my life, I was truly, truly vulnerable, and she fucked it up for everybody else.
Oh, wow.
Is my answer.
Okay.
Standing on that. He's standing on that.
Wow.
He's standing on that. So it's a weird thing because it cheats us. Like, so you know how men be like, don't allow a man doing you wrong to turn you into somebody that's out here doing yourself wrong by hoeing around. Like, because you got fucked over by a guy you loved and you want to be monogamous, you want monogamous. Now you just doing dicks. That messes you up more than it messes the other person up. Damn, Granville out here with the big boy. Hey,
hey.
You coming through with the bazookas. GBG, $4.99, $50, $49.99. Because Marcus the homie here, real one. Hey, GBG.
But mistaken, I will say this. I am more open and transparent now. So since there's really I don't really hide much. it is the circumstances are different than they used to be for me. So when it comes to real feeling type stuff, since I don't really get in my feelings these days, there's really nothing to divulge, to say, right? There's really nothing, because I think through stuff a little bit better than I used to. I process a little bit differently than I used to. So thus I don't get emotional one way or the other. I don't get super mad and I don't get super sad and I don't get super happy. I'm I'm pretty level-headed about most stuff all the time. I think through it. So there's really not a lot to be vulnerable about. Like, for example, I'll share this. My mom, when my mom passed away, I get a phone call. I'm about 3.5 hours from where my mom lived. I get a phone call from my sister, and she told me that my mom had passed away. In my head, I'm saying this for the first time ever out loud to anyone. So chat, play like you didn't hear this. In my head, what I actually thought was, and I love my mama to death. Like that, you only get one. Her lifestyle is the reason why she passed away, and I'm surprised it took this long. That's actually what
Why
went
do you
through
say
my
that
head.
though? What happened?
Poor eating habits. Not really going to the doctor when she should, not really taking the medicine the way she was supposed to. And she was 63. But in my head, it was I mean, this was 7 years ago, I want to say. In my head, 8 years ago. In my head, that's really what I thought. That's really my honest thought. So oftentimes I know you guys see me on this pod and I'm thinking, and you see the pauses and there's things I know I want to say, but I have to reword it and I have to think through it. Most of the time I'm thinking through to get the answer, to craft the answer or the response the way I need to, because typically I believe each person is accountable for their own life. And each situation that you're in, you're the result of that, like what your choices led you to that. So when I see we saw the picture of the chick that, how could I know my boyfriend of 3 years is getting married? It's just your fault. In my mind, that is like you let that happen to you. Like that's on you for not seeing the signs or wanting something and not expressing it to the dude. That's on you. So y'all, I'm being very vulnerable tonight. It might be what I'm sipping on a little bit, combined with a little bit of Monster. But
What you drinking?
mind your own business, Shan.
And the reason I ask that is because I think about my personality, and I know for me to feel truly
I love your personality. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. To feel truly connected is, I guess, I don't know, like when we talk about love languages, I don't know if this is one of them, but I need that emotional connection. And for me, part of that emotional connection is vulnerability. And like for you, how you were saying, like, well, one person messed it up and I will never, like, that makes me think, is your current wife, is she not as expressive in terms of emotional connection as well? Because I would think that would be the kind of energy that you would put out. Because I'm thinking, if I was with you, hypothetically speaking, that
You would love it. Go ahead.
questions regarding your life, to try and get an emotional connection of vulnerability from you.
So what I can say is that she's quite expressive. and I'm not talking like negative expressive. Like she expresses that the super high happy and the super low sad. Like it's like she doesn't mind being that expressive, and I love it because I don't have that in me.
Okay.
So like it's literally the yin to my yang.
Gotcha.
And I think that I don't want to speak for her, but I would say that I center her a little bit with those emotions because I don't really have that range.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I can agree to that. Like
That's probably most men.
so yeah, like I remember I think had a line. He was like, I want to see my baby so I could see a part of me that wasn't always crazy. So like I think a lot of times we can take the association from the people we look like. So for men in general, you see the people you love being happy can make you happy, like the thing was done for you, or you know. So I think that's kind of what you described with his wife, like seeing her go through extreme highs. He can feel it by proxy, even though it's not his specific emotion. It feels like it is because the people that we charge, that are under our charge, can make us feel that way by them feeling that way. Like seeing your kids laugh and play, seeing your wife happy, seeing the people that you love happy, it can make you happier. So yeah, I feel you on that.
Okay.
Marcus, can you go back to what you were saying? I don't think you finished your thought about men robbing themselves about something.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say was that like women can rob themselves of being the woman that they supposed to be by feeling like they hurt, and then like Jay said, once a good girl gone, she gone forever. More forever. I gotta live with the fact I did you wrong forever. So she no longer is the woman that she was prior to that, and could have been loved in the way that she really wanted to and could have appreciated. The same with the vulnerability in men. If you allow yourself to become closed off from that negative experience, then you cheat yourself out of the interaction that you could potentially have if you could open back up and be vulnerable to the right type of person. But that's dependent on the type of trust level you have for that person.
I agree to that. But I even noticed too, just for me personally, before I got to the point where I would say I have shared 100% of my life, so to speak, with my husband, that the stuff that I withheld, I don't know, it made me feel some kind of way, like I was literally holding back. And I think once I got to the point where, and some of it was the being afraid of judgment. You know what I'm saying? I think that part, because you just don't know. But I think when I got to the point that I was willing to just risk it all and be like, F it, I'm gonna just share, like the level of closeness, I would say, the depth of love, the depth of knowing who he was, the type of person that I was able to feel comfortable enough at that point to say, F it all, I'm gonna just put it all out there, lay it all on the table, and just whatever he does with it. The fact that I was able to get to that point and then him respond the way that he did, it made me grow, I would say, have an even deeper affection for him because of that. And so I'm thinking, had I never just laid everything on the table, that I would have missed out on what I experience now, because that was more of me than it was on him.
So like if you have like a fetish, or if you like have a sincere desire to connect with more than one person or whatever, that's one of the reasons I advocate for polygamy, because there are people who literally wall themselves off and keep part of them secret for the sake of maintaining a monogamous expectation within a relationship, and that creates this counter personality that when they get the opportunity they go out and cheat and do all this other extra stuff. But if that's part of who you are, if that's what you want to do, and you could talk to the person that you want to talk to about that, then it will make you essentially closer. It's the ability, like with men, I see that like that it's such a real thing that people lose their families behind it. we risk money, future success, almost everything you could think of for wanting to do that thing that you're hiding from everybody else. Like Kevin Hart right now about to get extorted behind whatever his innate desire is. But if he could have been in a situation where he was honest with her and she accepted it and they moved forward, they probably could have been closer, and she could have told that girl bye. Like, instead of him being in fear, having to pay for $5 million, $10 million, $30 million, trying to avoid his secret getting out. It's not a secret if the person in your inner circle already know who you are or what's it to you. Like, we cheat. You cheat the person out of the ability to love you for who you are when you can't show them who you are. And having to hide that will always create a counter personality that actually, instead of appeasing that or working through it, will make it stronger, because part of that alter ego that you create by hiding that person that you are, it gives that thing power. It makes it more powerful. You want to do that thing more.
But isn't that what Nick Cannon is doing, and people still getting on him?
But the women not.
Yeah, that's true. The people in the relationship is what matters. The people outside
I don't
of the
know.
relationship, who cares?
The women seem to be getting on him. But anyway,
No, the
Marcus,
women outside of the relationship are getting on him, not the women in the relationship.
never mind. You'll catch it in a minute.
Yeah. No, I got it. My brain wasn't there yet. Yeah. I got you,
Marcus. I got a question. No details. This is kind of a yes or no. Have you ever been deeply emotionally hurt by a woman?
Absolutely.
It was not a family member.
Oh,
I was gonna clarify that.
Well, yeah, now we know a little bit of Marcus' story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside of
The
so
family.
but would you agree?
I wouldn't say it was, because the time that it was all my fault, and I like created the perfect storm for all of that shit to come, and it was actually better than it should have been. So I say no.
Okay,
but if you include family, absolutely.
So this is my next question to you. Do you think that men consciously and subconsciously take notes on the things that negatively have impacted them?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So with that being said, one of the most difficult things to do is to be scarred emotionally twice under the same type of using the same type of, let's say, hurt, a similar type of hurt, when you know you could have prevented it because as a man, you decided to open up. What do you tell men who have been deeply scarred emotionally by a female with the hopes of getting them to be willing to open up emotionally to a female again?
Be a pessimistic optimist. So assume the worst and then let people prove the best, and when they prove it, believe them.
So basically go out on a limb and give them an opportunity.
They can earn the opportunity. So like, trust that they're not who they say they are until they prove that they are who they say they are, and then move forward from there. So if they, I'm the best one alive, don't believe it. Then observe him, and within relation, you'll be like, oh no, this is really this person. And then you can move forward. As opposed to, all women are good, this woman is great. And then you find out that this is not the right type of person. So if you like reverse that dynamic, so you pessimistic at first, and then you can become extremely optimistic once the person has proven that that's who they actually are.
Now, just to clarify, you don't mean treat them like they're the worst, right? Because I know the internet. I just want to clarify.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. When I say treat them like they're the worst, I'm saying, like, don't assign pedestalization and don't feel like that the woman is just this angel and all these before you actually know that this is the person's personality. So I think a lot of people are like, I mean, be like, are we wifing up hoes and all this other stuff? You shouldn't be, if you assume that she's XYZ, but don't treat her bad or good, just let that person show you who they are and then determine the treatment from there, versus just saying I'm gonna treat everybody the best, or I'm gonna treat everybody like a. Life is about nuance and individual experiences. You can't broad stroke your interactions with everybody. People will show you who they are. You have to believe them, and that can be for the good too. They can be a great person, and you can believe them if they've proven that.
And y'all know me, I'm solutions oriented. So I will say a lot of men, and this is to Isaiah's point in the chat when he said, "Learn how to spot your triggers." A male therapist will help men spot things that negatively affect their life. Many men have an issue with therapists, don't believe in going to seek therapy. So what I will say is, don't be afraid to do things to better yourself, to help you understand the psychology of you. And this is what I'm currently reading. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to read and seek the knowledge as a man so you can become the best version of yourself. Don't be afraid to do that, man. And this is just me talking kind of to anybody who listens to this pod that's a man going through something. If you have an issue with therapy or you believe it doesn't work, invest in yourself, invest in your mental, invest in you so that you can become the best version of yourself. But also, I will say, don't be afraid to go see a therapist. And I personally believe, kind of like Isaiah just said, I do believe a male psychologist or therapist is better for men than a female psychologist or therapist. That's just my personal opinion. I don't have any data behind it, just my personal opinion.
A Black Lexicon, I can't pull his thing up.
Wait a minute. Inaz had her hand up real fast. And
go ahead, Inaz. I'm sorry. I didn't even see.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to stress, because when people say therapy, they assume talk therapy. There are so many other forms of therapy that exist that are not talk therapy. So you're not a talker, you're not ready, or you don't want to be that person. Google is free. Look into other forms of therapy, right? And it doesn't have to necessarily be a one-on-one session. If you feel more comfortable in a support group, they still provide you with great life skills and processing skills as well. So yeah, talk therapy is not for everybody because you have to be ready to do the work. However, there are other forms of therapy that may lead you there if you want, or may be helpful if you don't want talk therapy.
You can call me. I only charge $59.99 every 15 minutes, and I'll listen to all of your problems and make you feel better about yourself.
Or you could do it free. There's a couple websites, I'm not going to say it live, but you can get the same kind of therapy that Shane is offering without that $59.95.
$59.99.
But Black Lexicon said, as men, we need so much interactive experience with women to understand ourselves. And I think, taking it on a broader perspective, I think that's exactly where we say we're interdependent on each other. Like, just having relationships in general, you learn more about yourself the more interaction you have with others in general. And I think, so when we're talking about things like how do you communicate, just saying what's in your head and come straight out your mouth is not, you learn how to do that better through communicating with others. So if the reaction that you get is always a negative response by the way that you say things, and people let you know that, then you begin to, or hopefully begin to hone your skill, your communication skills better by adjusting the way that you do speak to people. But I think, like, a lot of times especially in this, technological age, a lot of times we've removed that direct interaction with each other. to be able to hone in on those skills a lot better because we're texting each other or it's through the computer. It's not like real human to human contact.
I agree. Do you think that they also, outside of that negative, they also can provide the benefit of helping people work on their triggers? Because like I say, I'm not really an arguer, right? It was either up or it's not up. So my inability to send it up because I'm not in front of you has helped me tremendously be able to, like, I think I haven't ran into this situation yet, but the thing that might have triggered me to react violently in the past may not do so because I've been in so many of these conversations that things that should be triggering will be not as extreme because it's some experimentation with it or some resistance built up to it.
Because of exposure, you think? Overexposure, so it makes you more like numb.
So
numb
no,
to
yeah, kind of like that. So my general thing is, like, I'm not about to just be wolfing. Like, either we gonna get to it or we not gonna get to it. But you can't do that online. You almost either have to let it go or wolf. And to me, that's I think I would look crazy yelling and screaming at people through a screen what I'm gonna do and have no real way to do it. And then one of the other things were like, well, I don't believe in, well, I tried to never threaten nobody is you relieve the ability for you to change your mind about something once you tell somebody you're gonna do something to them. Because if you say I'm gonna do this to you online mad, and then you don't feel that way later and you don't do that, your word means nothing, in my personal opinion. So knowing that you probably won't see this person and you probably gonna change your mind eventually and probably all those things, then for me, that's my thought process on why it's like I'm just not about to be yelling and screaming at nobody. I can't touch you. Like,
as a man, you don't think you also have the ability to change your mind and own up to the fact that it's not that you're not a person of your word. Your word still means something, but also recognition of saying I was angry and I said what I said. You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't change. Like if you change your mind, like, because I think a lot of times that's where a lot of guys get caught up. And that's where I say the ego comes into play at that point. Because if you recognize that I really don't feel like that anymore, then why not say not that you have to say I don't really feel like that anymore, but come to the recognition of saying like, yo, I know I was mad in that moment and that's exactly how I felt, but you know what, we good now, and move on. Not that you have to follow through on the threat.
Like I say, it's a very bad stigma about like wolfing or selling, like selling people a dream about like I'm gonna do something to you and not doing it, because at that point your words kind of don't mean nothing. So nobody really take you seriously if you say like I'm gonna do XYZ. I ain't just be talking. Like I never want to be in a situation where somebody was when I tell somebody move and they like, oh, he just be talking. I don't gotta move. Or so I think that's like a nurture thing. Like where I'm from, you don't play with that. You don't play with people like that. And if you allow people to play with you, you say what?
People be out here playing. I'm sorry, you guys. I had to put my head wrap on, so you will no longer see my face tonight, unless you want me to look like
we want
all the people we talk about.
We want to see the real Shan.
Oh, you saw her a few minutes ago. You know, I used to braid my hair. I was like, I had to pin curl it tonight. So, did anybody else want to talk about? You know, again, those services are available. Just hit me up if you need somebody to talk to. I'm going to talk to you just like this too. Hi. Okay. Is there anything else I can talk to you about? You've done absolutely nothing wrong. You know, I call it jiggling your balls. I'll jiggle, you know, with my words. Pump you up a little bit.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Make you feel real good about yourself.
So we talked about honesty. So they're calling you.
Oh, I'm going to find something honest. Now, I do not lie, but I will find something nice about you. Very, you know, and I'll just emphasize that.
Is it an 800 or 900 number?
900. No 800s over here, sir.
Daggone, never mind then.
Do you think you
additional minutes?
Do you think you would excel in that type of career, Shan? I feel like you're not really made to do that type of.
Oh, I'm very so I'm a caring person. So I really would be good. So this is the thing. I am a caring person. So I will be really good at, pumping somebody up. I'll find some way to pump you up. Now, the problem is going to be if you need somebody to tear you down to bring you up. And I just can't do that. I can't do it.
I'm not going to pay you $59.99.
I'm not going to hit you where it's low and make you feel real good about yourself.
But you could definitely pump me up for $59.99.
So what about the thing you do need to be addressed that the person needs to build on?
Huh?
So what, and I know we're talking about if it was a 1-900, but I'm talking about in relationship.
Okay.
I do think sometimes as women, there's a part of us that are trained to kind of do that.
We do. We be on here lying.
Right.
I'm telling you, these YouTube streets with women, they be lying. You be like, girl, I thought you was going to come on here being honest. You up here lying. Let me just click off.
Not necessarily address the things with our partner that needs some growth. Mm-hmm. Where, like you said, you'll pick out the things that are like, well, I'm gonna boost his confidence in this area, but there's areas that they need to build on, but you just overlook it.
No, so when we're talking about me personally, with my dude, so this is what I'll do is I'll, lower my voice. If there's something I need to get done, I'll just rub him on his leg, make him feel all comfortable, baby. And then I'll just slide it on in there, say what I gotta say. These are some things that I think, just hear me out. And that's how I'll approach that.
Is there anything you need done? I'm just playing, Chan.
A little bit.
Wait, when you mean slide it in there, you mean slide in the comment, right?
Oh, sure. So, for example, give me something just give me, hypothetically speaking, give me something, and I'll tell you how to say it.
You said rubbing the legs. Okay. I just slide it in there. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I was a little confused, but okay.
I didn't get a promotion, and I'm feeling insecure about it.
Okay. So
wait. No, hold on. That's a dumb example. Let me pick another.
Okay.
That's a pretty good example, sir.
Okay. If you want to go with it, we can go with it.
I was like, oh, baby, I really thought you were going to get that. Like, I mean, who did they choose? I mean, and I just started naming all these great things about you. I mean, you're this, you're that. You know what? It's okay, because something bigger and better is going to come. And I'm just going to,
that is his skill.
But that's not, when you're down for a promotion, that's kind of different, because that's not me telling you something I see that's wrong with you. That's just something,
No, like, it may be, because he might say, I asked him, like, why did they overlook me? And then he says, oh, well, they said X, Y, and Z, but you notice the same traits and characteristics in him.
So y'all adding on to the scenario that wasn't it at the beginning. Okay, so if I did see him like, well, baby, didn't I tell you you need to do this? And I do see some improvement. However, we need to do it this way, or maybe that way. Let's try it this way.
That's a bad idea.
And see if it happens. I'm just telling you what I would do. That's what Shantae Monet would do. So I just
they was making fun of me because I'm not big enough. Like, I'm not tall enough. I'm not as tall as the other men. What would you say?
That's what they said. You're not tall, baby.
Shit.
That's it. She's like, you're not tall, baby.
Okay, but he's tall. Like, that's weird.
No,
that's weird to me. Like, you're like super tall. Like, I'm not understanding why they would make that mistake. Was it a short dude? He's probably jealous of us. And your manly strength being so tall. I mean, you're taller than most men. What is he talking
about? See,
and
now I would be honest and be like, well, you're not, right? You're not tall. Yeah. If this is a qualification that you need for this particular job, maybe we should look somewhere else. Maybe you should look for somewhere else. Because if your goal is to reach this position, but at this particular company, this is a requirement, you know what I'm saying? I might say, why don't you look for the same job somewhere else? Or
so you saying so you agree with them?
And I would say, or here's some other attributes that I think are great. Maybe you should play up on these and see if that would help you get the position the next time, you know, it comes around. Something like that. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you and be like, oh baby, and then that's it.
Well, he's 6'7". That's not lying.
It's not about me. I'm saying it's in general.
6'10".
Oh, you said he's 5'6" and he didn't get a small position?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's different.
What you gonna say? Well, baby, come here, let me just rub your leg. Like, that's not gonna solve.
I'm gonna say, baby, that position was not for you. It's just we gotta start looking at some other stuff.
Shan, you gotta watch how your honesty sometimes ain't honesty right.
It is honest. I be telling y'all y'all kids all the time they're gonna be successful and they keep on making these bad grades. Same thing.
See, for me, I think there's a way that you can
You that third grade teacher.
Not the third grade teacher. No, I said I'm
third grade teacher.
Successful. So I'm the opposite of the third grade teacher.
Oh, all right.
I told you I got a kid in the classroom who told me he gonna be in the NFL and he don't even play football. Like, baby, you got it. You gonna do this. I see you.
See, I think that is just
so she be gaslighting.
No, they get mad when you don't because you can't kill their dreams. No, I'm joking with y'all. That's not how I would handle it. It's a joke. It was a joke.
No, I was just gonna say. So we heard Shan's how she would run that. We heard you how you would run that. I'd like to give it a try.
I was about to ask you.
Give me a couple scenarios.
Just for the record, I was joking.
I'm short on the mortgage this month, and I'm not feeling like a man because I'm short on the mortgage.
Ooh.
You know, you work so hard and you provide all of the time, and I know things happen. You know, I had set up some savings for us in the money that you'd put aside. So if you're okay with that, I'd like to use that to help you out. So in the meantime, is there anything that I could say or do to reassure you, to get you back to feeling like yourself?
Inaz, will you marry me?
No.
She got your $59.99.
Damn.
Now you gave her a realistic. You're talking about all of us. The promotion requires me to be 6'8" and I'm 5'5".
All right.
Now.
All right, give me a crazy one then.
All right.
That the promotion requires him to be 6'8", but he only 5'5".
They said that I'm too fat to get a position as an airplane pilot because I can't fit in the cockpit. Pause.
We need no toilet seat. Stop.
I know you've been working so hard to get your airplane license, and I know you've been studying really hard, and I'm disappointed that they didn't choose you for this. Is this something that you still want to work towards?
Yes.
All right. What are you thinking of doing? How do you think we're going to get there the next go around?
No, it just seems like they discriminate on me because I'm big.
What do you think you should be doing? Going to the gym, my brother. Going to the gym.
Give me my money back, Shan.
All right. So are there any policies or anything like that that we can look into to file a claim or to make sure that you get that promotion next time?
Ooh, shit, she's good.
No, those policies exist. I'm just not even in the headspace to look for them.
All right. Well, let me take that off your plate and look into them, and I'll get back to you with some ideas. Are you all right with that?
Absolutely.
All right.
Women in the chat, take notes.
He gonna come home. He gonna come home to a treadmill.
Now, and
He gotta make that decision.
Listen, I ain't gotta say it. This nigga's gonna see a treadmill in the living room.
But here's the thing,
Bush, because I do, because I can see that. But I think, I don't know if that's a disservice too, because he knows what he needs to do, but he's not saying it. If all it takes is for him to lose weight, and he says, maybe I can look into a discrimination suit, and then you support that, knowing that the real issue is the fact that he needs to lose weight. I'm just saying, for me, I would try to be sensitive about it and say, you know what, babe, maybe we should, we can start walking together. Like, if this is something that you really want to do, I want to support you in doing that. So maybe we can go walking together. That's what I would say.
Right. I'll hand it right to you, AP. So I just want to say this, right? Time and place is so important, especially when it comes to a man's ego and vulnerability. We could have that conversation about going for walks and eating healthier some other time when it has nothing to do with how he's feeling about this promotion. Right? Right now, this is the thing that hurts. That Band-Aid over there is not going to fix this hurt. Right? In the long run, it will. In this moment, it damages our relationship, because what it's going to do is, while we're going on those walks, he's going to eat the entire box of Krispy Kreme donuts in the car without me knowing. We're not getting any farther ahead, right? We haven't built that bond and that trust to actually engage in that path together. So you know what? We're going to look into these policies. We're going to see what we could do, maybe consult with a lawyer if we need to, a union rep, whatever. But in the meantime, once we've kind of started to take actions in that direction, hey, you know what? I'm feeling cooped up in the house. You want to go for a walk today? Hey, same thing again, a couple of days later. And now we're turning it into a habit that's natural. So we can still do both things. But in this moment where you're feeling vulnerable, I can't highlight that because you're not in a position to receive that. This is not
rub on the leg. Same thing. I get it, girl. Just rub on his leg. Make him feel a little bit better about himself.
And I'm gonna say, and you may know that you did this, but I don't know how many people recognize that you did this. You led him to leading. Basically, she allowed him to go the direction that his brain was going. So he's leading the relationship. But what she did was very subtle with a very specific suggestion or two to help him take his mind off the fact that he's a fat ass and he can't fit in that fucking cockpit. So there's going to be something else that we can focus on. Let me take your mind off of that, but make you believe that all of this is your idea. It is damn brilliant. And in that moment, in most cases, I think that would be the best way to handle it, because as Inaj just stated, she was and she was right. He's not in the mind space to accept the fact that he's too fat to fit in the cockpit. And if you go in and you try to drill into that, he's gonna feel like you're attacking him just like the job attacked him. And that's not a good place for either one of you in your relationship. Even though it may be true. And aside from that, he may only be 1 inch too wide, but he's not in the space to receive it. So the best thing to do is to try to figure out a different solution for him, but allow it to be his idea. And that's essentially what she did. She guided him to being the lead in the solution.
It was a guy.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Like,
before,
even though that's crazy as hell.
An example of what that looks like is that there's some women who know how to lead from behind. And so what you just did, in my opinion, was an example of leading from behind, in a sense that you put that back on him to come up with the solution for his problem, even though, we know that that's not the real answer. But you allowed to let him move in that direction and supported him in that. And that's, I think that's an example of leading from behind. But as a man, let me ask y'all, would you prefer, like, because I don't know how to say it, like, kind of, because now I'm thinking about what Ina said, they're not in the right headspace to hear that. So is it a matter of now at that point I need to be a listening ear and just be like, man, I'm sorry that happened to you, and leave it at that? Or
if you and what Inaz did is a very specific ability that most people don't possess. I don't possess the ability to do what she just did. I'm the mother that's gonna tell you, like, man, hey, get your fat ass in the gym. Like,
I wouldn't say
what
that.
she did. I know, but what I'm saying is, like, most of us don't actually have that ability to see that situation and recognize real time how to maneuver without bruising his ego. So if your brain is saying, hey, let's focus on what they say, I'm putting quotes around it, what they said, then the best thing to do would be to be the listening ear. That would be the best case scenario, as opposed to looking for a solution.
Yeah, I think I think for me personally, with my personality, I think my best way would be just to listen without offering solution for me.
And
I got another good one. I got another real good one.
Also, why are we looking into policy? Like, I would be asked, why would we look into policy for discrimination? Like, you know what I'm saying? I know I would be more like, I would be sensitive in the fact of not trying to be like, oh, you just fat. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. But I would be like, well, I would probably question, why is he looking into policy when he already know what they told him is that he needs to be a certain weight. So I'm not going to even entertain that. So I think for me, for my personality, my best bet is to just shut up and listen and just be like, oh, I'm sorry that happened to you.
See, and when you play this back, and I hope that this actually gets clipped, one thing you'll notice what Inaz does in that scenario that she was presented, it was her pulling the information out of him. He didn't initially offer up, I feel like I'm discriminated against. She got him to talk more to see if there was something that she could grab onto to actually help assist in getting closer to a perceived solution. So the question for you, Mistaken, I think, is to let him vent. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest, let him vent it out and be there, and you know, at the end of the day, you know, like, hey, baby, I know you had a rough day. Here it is. But like, what she did really takes a lot of skill. Like, I'm gonna give you props on that, and that takes a lot of skill to do that. Like, most people, I would actually argue that probably about 90% of people can't do what she just did.
I got a tough one. I got a real tough one. I got a real tough one. A man gets with a woman who had previous sexual partners, and he is concerned about his sexual size and how she feels about him sexually within a relationship. How would you address that?
Say that
goofball ass nigga.
She had if she had previous sexual partners, and you are because I actually hear a lot of people talk about some of the things that they're afraid of, women with high body counts, that they won't be able to sexually satisfy them based off them having previous experience to compare it to. How would that conversation, I mean, it don't got to be graphic, but how would that conversation go into finding a resolution and making them feel competent?
Oh, so he's
what
feeling
now?
like
What was the question
Okay.
again?
The guy is feeling like he's not
up to par in the bedroom.
Expectation.
His endowment may not be what she's accustomed to.
Could she be out there twatting?
She could have had 3 sexual partners, right? Like, it don't really take a lot. If you had 3 sexual partners,
well, how
one of
does
them's
he
10,
even know that
one
he
of them's 11 and a half,
thing?
and one of them's 14. I mean, shit. And this dude coming through with 7, he might feel like So, and this is what I was going to ask you, Marcus, because that's kind of wide open. My thought process on it is, if I may pose the question a little differently to the ladies. So, and I'm going to say the word I, but we're speaking in general. And when I'm saying I and I'm talking to you, it's still general. If y'all understand the context of what I'm saying. Hey, yo, bang, you know, I got what I wanted out of it. What would you like different? Do you want to do something different? You want to add something? You want to take something away? I want to make sure that you get pleasure out of this also. Now,
when does that conversation occur?
We just did it. It was the first time.
For me, it's not. We're not having a separate conversation. Like, I think the conversation happens in the act. At least for me, the way in my mind. If it's no, I don't mean we're having a whole conversation like, well, babe, you know what I'm saying? But more along the lines of more along the lines of, if you're doing something good in that moment, I'm gonna say, yeah, keep doing that, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So it's, I guess, hands-on learning in a moment, as opposed to waiting till everything is over and then trying to have the conversation. I think for me, you learn best in the middle of, as opposed to with, like, how when they talk about if a kid does something wrong and then you wait until hours later to correct them. The correction, you're not going to necessarily see the correct, like, it's going to be hard for them to correlate the two between something that they did a day ago and now you're getting on them for it, versus in a moment when it happens to do the correction immediately. So I think for me, my direction would happen in the process, if that makes sense.
So I think there are two separate questions, what Marcus asked and what AP asked. So I'm going to try to answer both. Okay. Starting with AP, like, I think you could do both. And I think you could do it in a way that's not criticizing and still make it fun and flirty and have the person open to engaging again, right? Hey, again, that was a really great time. This was my favorite part. This one, it was great, but maybe, would you be open to trying this instead? Right? Or what did you think of it? How did it go for you? And engaging in the same conversation, right? Like, there's a way of, like, turning that feedback into dirty conversation that just, like, primes you for the next time. You could do it during or after. But to what Marcus was saying, like, I think it's about getting to the root of, like, the insecurity itself and understanding, like, where the gaps of knowledge are. Because as much as, like, size does matter to some women, it doesn't to most, right? That, like, size does not determine climaxing for the most part, within reason, right? We're not talking about any sort of extremes. But if, like, it might just be a knowledge gap where some men don't understand that. And so maybe the reassurance comes from the fact of, like, hey, that's not really where I get my pleasure from. These are the things that I really enjoy engaging in the bedroom with you. These are the things that make me feel really good. You do this thing that, like, I've never experienced before, and it really, like, either gets me warmed up or gets me off, right? So it's about reassuring to the things that your partner is capable of, and a little bit of, like, filling in the knowledge gaps of why they may feel that and how it may not be what's actually going on.
I got a question, Marcus.
If it's performance anxiety, I think that's totally different too, and that, you know what I'm saying, deserves a different approach as well. I think for me, that's where the conversation after the fact would happen. But from I don't know, I can only speak from my experience that that in the moment direction is fun.
Marcus,
so it doesn't necessarily feel like it's you're not doing it right kind of conversation.
Marcus, I do have a question for you though. Before you, I'm not saying you, I'm speaking generally, and I'm saying any man, because I couldn't picture me ever in any phase of my life, all the way to now, talking about my size, having a conversation or feeling inadequate about my size prior to the actual event occurring. I'm not going to show, let's say, that insecurity leading up to when it looks like I'm already about to get the box. I'm not going to talk myself out of the box, because that's essentially like that insecurity could prevent her from even saying, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Like, do you know any guys or how that would even come up
So
prior?
you're saying you wouldn't share before you even have sex? You're gonna wait
No.
till afterwards and then have ask for feedback from her after the fact.
Right. I just don't understand how that would, and you ladies might actually even have more insight into this. A guy would express that prior to actually having sex. This is why I think that the body count argument is complete bullshit, because what man actually really talks about that before they get the box? That's crazy.
So I don't think that that's a conversation that people have in real life. I think something more realistic that happens is that they may know the person, or they may have come across pictures while snooping in devices that they should not have been. I think that's typically how people find out. Or we're seeing growing popularity of that one platform where women are engaging in this behavior, right? So if she's an OF girl, maybe he's seen videos. So like there are ways to know without having the conversation of what size were the guys you were with before. You know what I mean? Like I don't think anybody's actually having that conversation. I think it's just coming up in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what I still, even if let's say I stumbled upon pictures because I went through your phone and I'm seeing there's a 17 and a 12 and a 19, and I'm like, God damn, I can't fuck with any of these dudes. But I still want to smash. Why would I even bring it up? Like, that's
19
crazy.
is wild.
I'm just, I'm
Yeah. I know.
But why would I even bring it up? If I still want it, if I still, after seeing all of that, and I still want to smash, why would I even bring up the fact that shit, this dude, the dude picture I saw got probably about 4-5 inches on me? Why would I bring that up? I don't give a fuck.
I mean, so it could be an insecurity within a relationship where you feel as though because the previous person was, 19, that now you inadequate, and that could affect y'all sex life. And the weird thing, I don't know about everybody, but the weird thing about I think I can only speak for myself. My confidence will be directly attached to my ability to go with my move. You know what I'm saying? So if you feel unconfident or inconsistent, I can see that having an effect on the performance. So if
that's why I
that was
said the idea about performance anxiety. Like I think
I mean, I guess if she's just laying there and she make you look like you're not doing nothing, yeah. I mean,
but at that point though, you're already doing it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I can't see any scenario where we're gonna have a conversation about size adequacy prior to the event occurring. Like I can't see. Hey, yeah, baby, shit. I'm rocking with 8. You know what I'm saying? What you used to? Yeah. Oh, oh, damn. You had that. You think I'm gonna be? You think I'm gonna be good? You think I'm gonna be straight? I can't see that.
The relationship is over.
Oh, I agree with Don't AP.
Want no AP.
I think it would be in a guy's best interest to not share that beforehand. and maybe ask for direction during or after, because the beforehand is automatically going to put the woman in a mindset of judging his performance. Like if a dude had came to me, let's say like my husband came ahead of time, was just like, well, I'm not really sure if I'm good at this. You know what I'm saying? Like, is automatically going to put me in a judgmental mind frame, as opposed to him, because now I'm gonna be looking, instead of like, because he put it in my mind, I'm going to be kind of like looking to see if his performance is good, as opposed to just going with the flow in the moment of it and then asking him to make adjustments, like a little to the left, like, yeah, right there, something like that in the middle of it, as opposed to him doing that beforehand.
Right? And I know that was a hypothetical. I just had to think through it. I was like, how the hell does that come up before? I don't care. I don't care what you've been through yet. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this thing up and we're gonna go, and then we can have a conversation.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of videos where the men talk about the woman having sex previous to them created a scenario where she's gonna constantly be comparing them, and if they're making videos about it, this is something that men are thinking about. And with that in mind, how does that kind of like, so because there's like, so it would come up where if you had that thought process, you would be trying to manage the expectation. Because if you think that she's been dealing with men that are well endowed and you might not be well endowed, then you can have a conversation with her prior to that. So, because if you're not well endowed, then just showing what you got might become an issue for you.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? But if she knew beforehand and you move forward with it.
If he broaches the conversation wouldn't or shouldn't be about him being well endowed or not. Even if he's feeling like that, I think the conversation would be more around, what does she like during sex? Like what things does she prefer during sex, as opposed to making the conversation around what his size is. Because if I know what you like, if we're having a conversation and I'm talking about what your likes and dislikes are during sex, then I'm gonna make sure once we get to that point and we actually, become physical, I'm gonna make sure that I'm going to be doing all of those things that you said that you like. So therefore my size won't necessarily even become an issue.
So
I think that's a mature approach, but let me just say, I think that's a mature approach, but most people view sex as such a taboo subject. They don't have the bandwidth to engage in that conversation pre-sexual experience, or even like it requires a certain amount of confidence to even during sex to have conversation, right? So some people may be like insecure or not feel comfortable to even discuss any of that while having sex. It's kind of like we run the gambit on the emotional spectrum of how people approach sex. It's people who are extremely open, extremely free, down to do anything. Then there are people who they won't even let you have oral sex because they feel like that's an abomination. And all of the people in between exist. And within relationships, sex being a key component, I think they would like a go-to would kind of be like a go-to instruction manual as far as how the conversation can be had, would not be hurtful.
So I just want to give some advice to the men out there real quick. Look, if you don't want to have to deal with sticking your manhood in the Sahara Desert, because you're gonna dry her up bringing this shit up. If you already know what her history or her past is, here's what you do. Don't bring that up in a conversation. Bring every toy that you can possibly get your hands on and throw that shit down on the bed when it's time. She gonna think you a freak. Go all out. Let her know how freaky you are, because apparently you already feel inadequate.
Some women are.
So you have to do something. You have to, as a man, you have to do something to stand out. Otherwise, your insecurity is going to show up during the activity. Or if you mentioned it before, you might as well walk across the Mojave dragging your peppy. I just want to say, take the toys with you.
She might not be into toys, though.
If she's not into toys, men, and you feel inadequate, go ahead and leave her alone. You in trouble.
Sorry, Inaz.
No, it's cool. So I wanted to circle back to the talking about it. It doesn't have to be like a serious like conversation of like, listen, I'm feeling insecure about this. And I don't think people actually have conversations like that in real life. I think the people who do it best, if we're honest, are guys who are really funny. They will self-deprecate. They will let you know you get all of these X amount of inches that I got because I don't have any more. Like it's they turn it into a vibe where it's not a mood killer. If we know anything, funny guys, no matter how unattractive they are physically, still get women, right? Like there's a way to have these conversations that aren't mood killers, right? But I did want to address to Mistaken. You said that you'd probably rather talk, or you suggested that you should rather talk about what that woman likes. The issue is depending on his size, it might make the situation worse if certain positions aren't viable. Like we see with this like BBL culture, there are certain positions that if you're not endowed enough, it's just not going to work the way that you intend it to. And the last thing you want to do is fuel that insecurity. So I'd suggest having the conversation by setting the expectations appropriately, but do it in a way where like it's fun and not like everybody's in their head and it's awkward the whole time.
Yeah, I just recently heard the comedian, it was a female though, and she was talking about her being, I don't know if she considered herself trans or not, but she was talking kind of like about what you were saying in terms of her having her strap on and the girlfriend had a BBL and she was like, now I understand what dudes be going through because it just kept sipping out. She's like, why you keep taking it out? And she's like, I wasn't trying. She's like, so she's like, now I understand it's hard. It's hard. Like these dudes got it bad. It was funny. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I just am, and maybe it's again, like we were talking about earlier about being comfortable with the person that you're with. I think that matters as well. I don't think those conversations are as difficult when you guys have already built a level of, trust and intimacy outside of sex. So by the time you get to the sex, I think those conversations should be much more, I guess, natural or easier to have, as opposed to with somebody that you haven't built, you know what I'm saying, some kind of level of intimacy with or trust to begin with. And I think if it's just somebody that you just smashing, I don't even think those conversations would even happen anyway. There's no need because you're not really, I would assume, and I might be wrong, as a dude, you really don't necessarily care whether she's enjoying it or not if you're just looking for her to be a F buddy.
Let me so real fast, if you are a little Pee-wee man, just know that I'm a little Pee-wee advocate. I support I say this all the time, but I keep getting these endowed men in my life. And I just like, you know what? A small one's not that bad, but
No, I ain't gonna lie. She's always like, she's not just saying that to say it.
I'm not just saying it, but God keeps bringing me these men who be killing your cervix and stuff. I'm like, listen, I'm not asking for all that. I gotta work in the morning, you know.
Well, Shan, I am filing for annulment, and I will be in Atlanta in about 2 weeks. I got your back.
Little man advocate.
But I can't think of the name of that show. Shan, do you remember the name of that show that I was telling you about? It was some show in it was
He just said,
huh?
"We gonna grace up what AP just said."
Yeah, I am. I am. But it was a show in Great Britain, and man, it was something. Dang, I cannot think of the name of it. But anyway, the premise of the show was to see people naked before they went on a date.
About that.
And so it would be one person, like it could be a girl or guy, and they're looking at whoever they're attracted to in terms of if she's a girl and she's heterosexual, it would be like 6 different guys, and they would just show them piece by piece. And she would begin to judge and eliminate guys, you know, based on the physical appearance. So they would look at penis shape, penis size, all of that. And she would go down the line like, no, I don't like the way that one look or whatever. And then would end up get down to the last 2 and choose which one she would go on the date with. And but in the series, they also gave like some specific like stats about, you know, size or women or whatever. And it was saying, kind of speaking to what Inan says, is that more men are hung up on size than the women. Like most women in general will tell you that having
that stuff hurts.
Appendage is not necessarily something that they enjoy, because of course you have outliers that would, but most women prefer girth over length. And they actually went into why. And it was talking about how the vagina is made and where the nerve endings are and the shape of the vagina, why girth is more important than the length, because of where the nerve endings are within the vagina. The girth helps, you know, when the vagina swells and gets excited, that the girth helps, I guess, bump up against it, cause friction to help stimulate a woman. So where guys are so caught up on, man, I only have 5 inches, you know what I'm saying? Where that's the average size, and they want to have 10, that's extra, you know, 5 inches.
To do what with? Like, where is that going?
Necessarily need in order to have enjoyment.
So Isaiah asked a question I wanted to answer. He said, how do you know how long 7 inches is? Well, most women own heels, so we're very proficient on what inches look like.
Yeah.
Let me just tell you. Look. Let me just tell you.
God almighty.
But if he knows what he's doing, he'll know that maybe you can't take all that. And he'll put like my dude, he'll just not give all of it. Like, I'm saying he won't give it all to me because he know I can't. Like, do you not want me to go to work tomorrow? Like, dude, come on, stop.
I think you represent the micro vagina community.
I just like to be able to function in it.
But is that the average depth of a vagina can be anywhere from like maybe 3 to 4. I mean, the big range is from 2 to 6 inches, but like in the median average, it'd be 3 to 5. So in terms of a vagina's depth.
Hey, Marcus, I let them go all in on the weekend. The weekdays, you got to take it easy.
Yes.
So if you're saying
God, no.
if you're saying that the average vagina is 3 to 5 inches, so a dude who's 5 or 6 inches should be able to accommodate, you know, a woman. You know what I'm saying? So y'all are caught up in the size, and it's not necessarily the length of it.
Great. It's 3 to 5 inches.
Right, a woman's vagina, right?
Okay, so you're saying length?
Yeah, the depth of a woman's vagina is on average is about 3 to 5 inches, but I've read ranges from 2 to 6. So if you're a dude that's at least 5 to 6 inches in terms of length, then you're good in terms of being able to fill her depth. So that wouldn't be the issue for most women, because the average penis is about 5 inches.
Shout out to the short dick crew.
Now, if you under that, then I can't.
Once I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen a micro one.
Give me 2 weeks.
You said give you 2 weeks. AP, you really got me questioning, because it's questions
I've been blessed in that area. I mean, if that was what you go for, I guess I've been blessed in that, but child.
I think that message should probably be because all right, so it's a couple things that I think spawn hatred and envy and anger amongst men. I think one of them is the ability to get women and the ability to please those women adequately, because they feel like, all right, I can't get the woman, then when I get her, I might not be able to make her want to be with me sexually. I think if they prioritize saying that 5 is enough, I think some of the world's anger might die down.
I think that
the most angry people.
Let me just say this.
It says 8 is enough. That show, it says 8 is enough. You get 5 is enough t-shirts.
5 is enough. Yeah, you put a 5 is enough.
Let me just say this.
Niggas won't be as mad. Well, not niggas, but
let me tell you, if you can get in her head, make her fall in love with you, it don't even matter.
I agree.
That is a fact.
No,
I've been saying that, but they don't listen to me. They don't, man.
Nah, but if you know what you're doing, she really loves you on time.
Shout out to the Snub Nose 38 crew. We hear you, Hero.
She'll love you long time if you really know what you're doing. The thing is just with anything, you got to have more than one tool in the tool belt. That's really what it boils down to. So if you learn to do what you need to do in other areas and not just focus on your penis getting everything done, and you know how to do other stuff as well, then all of that, putting all of that together, you're good money.
And let me just say this. What may be okay for mistaken may not be okay with me. And know that every female is not the same. We don't all like the same, same thing. We're all very, very different. So that's the most important thing. Just because you please mistaken over here, you may be feeling like real bad when you walk away from me. Then I'll be like, "Child, bad."
So what would you say is the best way for men to engage in intimacy, non-sexual prior to sex, that y'all count as much as sex?
Oh, intellectual stimulation.
Just like more details, please.
I like touch.
Any nice words?
Like I'm a hand holding, massage, kiss on the forehead, cheek, stuff like that. So I'm more of a touchy feely person in terms of intimacy and conversation. Like if you're holding my hand or rubbing my leg while we're watching a movie or something like that, or big thing like scratching my head. Oh, that's it. Oh, child. So I'm a touchy person.
Don't touch me unless you know I like you. Don't touch me.
Why would he be touchy? don't know you. I'm talking about intimacy with
So what I'm
pedophilia.
saying to you is, if we're just getting to know each other, just don't touch me until, don't touch me.
Okay, so we passed that point. We speaking to men who are in relationships with women, and because I have a theory too. Well, not even theory, practical usage case.
And
But
Duncan made a great point. He's right.
What he say?
if women ultimately climax from clit stimulation, and why would size actually matter? That is a great point.
Okay.
So no, I was saying a lot of men believe that women withhold sex from you, right? When you get in relationships. I have not had that experience, but I think I have a reason behind it. But I would like to hear your answers before I give what I believe the reason to be. So when you talk about intimacy, we're speaking
Isaiah,
past the
no.
point.
Unless I give you.
So we speaking past the point of if you like each other or not, but you all are in a relationship where a man is not getting the sex that he might desire. How would you all think the ideal way to go about intimacy would be? And is it only sexual? Is it sexual? And what would that look like?
You mean for a guy?
No.
So a guy that's not
basically
like,
he's saying he's in a relationship with a woman, and she has pretty much closed her legs to him. Okay. There's something that she's not finding that either the situation is not attractive, or she has lost her attraction, or she's just stressed. There's something going on that makes her lose that level of wanting to have sex with him. And it could be as simple as she's just stressed, overwhelmed. Because women don't really, while some women don't mind having sex when they are stressed, most women don't like to have sex when they're stressed.
That helps alleviate stress, though.
Right. So I said it sounds right, but that's just what research states. When women are stressed, they have a lot under their belt. They don't want to have intercourse.
Marcus, I'm actually not even understanding your question to him.
okay, so some men don't get frequent sex. I've heard people say
It's the first thing that goes when you get married.
Yeah, that's a complete lie. So
no, obviously
that
not
is a
complete situation, but research suggests, has shown that some of the things that people complain about is the lack of sex in the marriage. Okay, it may not be your situation, but
no. The Indian dude need to come. No.
Okay, so but you're saying a dude is in a relationship and she's holding out?
Yeah.
That happens.
Like I even seen a skit recently where this dude take a phone and put it on her merch, and he like, I like to know when your business hours are because every time I come by, it's always closed.
You're closed.
I asked him, I'm like, is this real? He's like, nah, we just joking. But I seen men in the comments agreeing like a motherfucker. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe this is like actually occurring. So for the people that it's occurring for, what do you think the reasons why that would occur, and how can they prevent it so they can move forward and get,
why
so
would
they're not in that situation? I have a theory, but I like to hear y'all answer first.
I'm all ears on this.
So I think it's trust, right? Like even when it comes to what Mistaken and Chan were going back and forth about the stress, right? If you trust that your man is going to take care of things, you don't really absorb stress the way that you would if you felt like he couldn't, right? Or if his word doesn't really hold a lot of weight, because we touched on that earlier, there's a lack of trust there. I think part of what we were talking about when it comes to like that vulnerability and the way that creates intimacy, trust is a core tenet. And I think when we look at these things, a lot of women don't actually trust the men that they choose, whether that's their own insecurities or the man is given her reason to not trust him in certain aspects. I think most of the reasons why men are finding themselves in that situation is that trust is deteriorated.
Why even be in a relationship?
I can agree with that, but also I think the other part of it is the level of, I think, your workload. And what I mean sometimes is mental workload. It can be physical workload that it doesn't lend itself where you feel like you are even, you're not even thinking about sex. Like I think about, there was a period of time, like he had to, like, yo, listen, we haven't done blah blah blah, and this amount, like in our younger years where we had a young toddler. I was working full time and I was in school full time and trying to hold it down with the cooking and giving baths and giving all of that with not much help from him. So feeling sexy or even thinking about sex wasn't even on the radar at that point. I'm just trying to get shit done. So I think that also can happen. So it's not that it's an intentional like thing. It's okay, I have a checklist of things to do and I have to prioritize. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta eat. I have to go to school. I have to go to work. You know what I'm saying? The child needs a bath, all of those things. So when at that point, I know this sounds bad, but sex becomes the optional part. That's the one that can be thrown on a back burner because all of these other things are have tos. Now, if your mate is understanding of that, what they would do is step in to assist so it can alleviate some of those things off your plate. So now there is more time and energy to engage in sex.
So, mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is like that sounds more like a dry spell than somebody who just isn't interested in like being open to it, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's different, right? I think dry spells happen even in good, healthy relationships where there is a lot of attraction and want that sometimes time doesn't permit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that is understandable. I think, and Marcus can tell me if I'm wrong, they're talking about women who aren't dealing with that, where it's more so the unwillingness to engage.
I think they look at all of it as unwillingness. It's just all in the pot.
All they see is that they're not getting none. It doesn't matter the reason. It's just the outcome.
Marcus, I'd like to hear your take on this because I this don't make sense.
All right, I'm gonna give it to you, but did Shan answer that?
So mine was stress. I do agree. So all of these things are correct. All of these could be a number of things. The thing about it is it's all individualized. It could be that she's lost attraction for him. It could be what Ina said. It could be what Mistaken said. It could be what I said. It could be a number of things. More than likely, it's probably what Mistaken said, especially if she's overwhelmed. Sometimes you just gotta assess the situation. Maybe even just if she's your wife. Ask her. What's wrong with asking? Like having an honest conversation about it. That's the best way to find out. Right there.
Okay. That's fair. I agree. So I think that in my personal opinion, so
real fast, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, Marcus, because I'm gonna forget, and I wanted to say it before you say it. Another thing is too, sometimes I'm not saying it's right, but a woman has been telling you there's been an issue in the household or there's an issue, and she says it over and over again, and you're not listening. Sometimes she'll withhold what you want the most, which is sex, because she's trying to get her point across that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. So she's like, well, I'm not going to do it. So it may be like a tit for tat thing. So that's another thing.
Okay. So what I think it is I think intimacy don't just start at sex. So it's the messages throughout the day. It's the anticipation leading up to the night, and it doesn't ever have to stop, right? So you could be playing like little games where you know, like like where you give letters of the first letter of the thing you want to do to the person, and then you had them decipher it, right? And then when they decipher it, that is foreplay. Every time you walk by, you grabbing on their body, you playing with their Yasemin, yours. You know what I'm saying? You keeping it real, like throughout the day, sexual. Even though it's non-sexual, it's still sexual contact. Back to the trust aspect, I think trust is a big thing. I think nothing make women wetter than being able to trust you and trust that they can rely on who you gonna be. You can like get a whole lot of leeway as far as things that for another man might be very, very difficult to deal with. They like, nah, I understand because I know what type of man this is. Like XYZ. It's not because he's not messing with me, it's because this has to be done and he doesn't really have a choice. And that goes to like jobs or whatever other responsibilities that you have in life. She can understand because she know like, I know what type of guy this is I'm messing with, or my husband, or who this man is. So I think I would culminate that with your point about being sapiosexual. So that's like finding new ways to stimulate her and make it interesting and intriguing for y'all to engage in sex. Cause just I'm ready, tap tap, stick it in, pull it out. That shit ain't going. That's not gonna make no. Especially when most women don't come through vaginal intercourse. Most of the time, like in history, most like 95% of women don't come through vaginal intercourse. So it's more to it than just that. So I think we being creative and figuring out ways to make her interested in sex is ultimately the key. Because I personally believe women are much more interested in sex than men. But it depends on how she feels about you.
Yes.
Like I think that's the main thing, because you will get rug burned and be tired before she tired of having sex with you if she want to have sex with you.
I think that, so my hand is up. That's why I keep on. Sorry, but you can't see my hand because my hair wrap is off.
We'll take the little bonnet off and then come online so we can talk.
This was a lot of work, boo. So look, I think you hit it right on the nail. It depends on how she feels about you. Okay, so if she is into, I've seen women who are very into their husbands. Like, I can't wait to get home to my husband. I love him. Still have that thing, no matter how many years down the line, right? Then I've seen women who like, I hope the nigga don't come home tonight. So it depends, because even let's just say you have this the latter, right? There are women who will get those text messages and ignore them because it's not what she wanted. Or if you go by and grab her booty, she just like, get off me. You know what I'm saying? So again, that's where the conversation needs to be had, because it's probably something else, lingering that needs to be solved for that intimacy to come back. And that's just being honest from what I've seen.
Yeah, because for a woman, emotional and physical are tied together.
Yes.
A lot of times. So if there's something out of whack on the emotional connection, like you said, even an intimacy connection, then it's going to be hard pressed for the sex to be, I guess consistent or, whatever. So typically, if you find a woman that's disinterested, if the physical, like there's no medical reason as to why, then you definitely need to explore the emotional, what's going on in the relationship, because the not having sex is just the result of a deeper issue.
And it's going to turn into something else. Let me just tell you this, and make sure it's not because she went through your phone. Because sometimes women be going through your phone and they don't even tell you that they don't went through it.
No, I don't do that.
Oh, I know some women who have. Okay. And she don't want to say what she saw, but it just changed the whole dynamic. Or she could be cheating on you. Getting that little love rub on. Did y'all see? Oh my God. It was the worst one. I think I sent it to you mistaken. It was Candace Owens. She did like a review, and it was an old man and an old woman, and they did the change in the phone. Yeah. Did you see that? And they look like he had so much trust in her because they're old.
Who's Larry?
40 years.
Who's Larry?
She said
they were together like 40 years or something like that.
Yes, and he was like, "Oh, I have nothing to hide. Do you?" And she was like, "No, I don't." And then he was like, "What? Oh, you saw that?"
Who's Larry?
I think his name.
that wasn't.
That's.
And then she was like, "Well, call him." She's like, "Oh, that's just my friend." He said, "Well, call me." He answered the phone and said, "Hey, babe, what?"
Yeah.
Oh, it was a wrap. 40 years.
Man. Oh, so bad. That felt so bad.
40 years.
You know, like at work, it was just a friend. Got it.
You saw that, AP?
He had a pimp laugh.
It was bad.
That was sad.
I don't think she knew that was going to come like that. I don't think she's watching any TikToks to know that that's what they're going to ask next. I think she just, I don't know what they were thinking.
So like how we said for women is an emotional and mental connect, those things are connected for us when it comes to sex. So for a man, if he's withholding sex, what do we
getting it from somebody else?
Okay, I was just gonna ask, what does a woman?
No.
Duh.
No. That's not it. All right, so it could be that, but more than likely, if y'all been in,
that was the more than likely.
Knock it off. I just got him. Hold on. So all right. So them games I was talking about, I just got caught in the game. So damn, what was I about to say? Oh, so it could be him being stressed out about finances, right? Because that can make him feel like not in the best mood, right? It could be it could be maybe a confidence issue. It could be a confidence issue.
No, Marcus, I can't let you go. Look, bro. Look, come on, Mark. Let's keep it a beam. Man,
cheating is a possibility, but it ain't the only reason.
Man, look.
It could be that
possibility, but he's right. Finances. It be men out here about to commit suicide over finances. So I know.
Facts. It could be that he's tired, like this nigga, or he feel unappreciated. He could feel unappreciated, and he just
gonna go get it from somebody else. Every scenario, like there's no scenario you can mention to me where he's not going and trying to get it from somebody else. If he's stressed and he don't want to take it home to his wife, he's gonna go get it from somebody else. I mean, he could be riding around. Sure, he could go to the gym.
You could be nagging him, and he could stop liking you as a person.
AP,
that's a real thing.
And then it turns into what?
Withholding. It's
eventually.
It's not. So why would he go and if she's willing to give it to him, then that's not the issue. That wouldn't be.
There's nothing like. There's no pussy like new pussy.
Somebody else.
Look, she also could have changed physically and has made zero attempt to try and get back to the desired body that he likes.
Oh, okay.
She could not be trying.
Look, this is a real story. Oh, this is a real story. I used to date this one dude, right? And he had a friend who was married, and the married woman, the woman that he was married to, never lost her way. And the only reason he's sticking around because her dad had an inheritance. That it was an inheritance that she was supposed to get, and he had a whole side chick and everything. Bad. Bad.
Another thing could be. So this happened to me before. This woman is extremely built, like one of the most thickest women I ever seen in my life.
Oh, I thought you meant
No. She built like if Buffy the Body took steroids in a BBL before the BBL culture. And I threw a tattoo party at my crib. All the guys over here, the tattoo artists come, and she tell the tattoo artist to give her a tattoo and then put it on my tab. To me, I thought that was extremely disrespectful because now she done extorted me in the pen because I'm not going to not pay somebody that came to my house to do a service. But by you saying that without consulting with me, you making decisions for me that I didn't have a chance to make. for me, that's emasculating. And I didn't want to have sex with her again based off of that. And this was one of the, if y'all see, y'all be like, it's no way that that's what made you stop fucking with her. Absolutely. Because for me, respect and sex is linked. If you can't respect me, I'm not giving you no dick. It's over.
And it's almost like you feel like you got to pay for it. Like she just set a price, and this is like, maybe.
Yeah, she like, big homie got it. Paying for this. I did pay for it, but
that's not the same scenario though. We're talking about a situation where a dude has access to it, where a chick is ready and willing to do it. Everything is straight, like everything is straight in the relationship, but he's not busting it down. That doesn't happen. And if it does happen, that like the reasons it's happening is because there's probably somebody else that's getting some of that time. That like we can at least be honest about this.
Yeah, especially a decent looking dude. Yeah.
Very nice.
So here's the thing, right, to what Marcus is saying. There are women out there who are extremely disrespectful to men, very emasculating to men, and still have high sex drives and are still willing to have sex. So I think his scenario, I don't think, is isolated to just him, because she makes you feel terrible about yourself and is still willing to put it on you.
But
can't do it.
But didn't he also say that's the end, basically the end of the relationship? So you're no longer in the relationship anymore. Well, there's no like.
That's because Marcus's boundaries are like A1, right? Most people don't have boundaries as firm as Marcus. Most people will stay in those situations until they wear themselves out or the woman leaves. Or the
That's fair. I had to learn it. That's fair. Right? That is very fair.
So, excuse me. There's that. There's also the fact that, like, because come back to me. There was another one I wanted to add onto the list, but it escaped me.
So, Marcus, you're saying as a man, I don't know if this is for all men and you're just speaking for yourself, like how we were saying emotion for women is tied to sex. As a man, respect for men is tied to sex as well.
I might be speaking for myself. AP, you could chime in.
No.
But if you, because the respect is going to affect my confidence. I think our confidence affects the ability to maintain a nasamine hurt. So
what I will say is
being disrespectful to me, and I don't feel like so say I'm smashing and you be like, this weak ass shit, you ain't hit no shit, nigga. If you was to do that, I think I would shrink in that moment. Like that shit is a retract. It would retract.
This is what I'll say. I'll say respect is tied to the relationship. Respect with the sex is kind of like, I don't even need to know you, and if I don't like I'm just being honest, right? So for the relationship, yes, respect is 150% necessary, but men don't necessarily need that level of respect to just bust you down. Mm-hmm. And the original context of the question was, you're in a relationship with a person and there's a hang up somewhere. The original question to women is, what could that hang up possibly be while she's holding out? If a man is in a relationship, a man is not holding out. Like we don't get those mental blocks like that. Now, Marcus made a very valid point when he spoke about a finance piece to it. But how long are we really going to hold out? Day, two, maybe up to a week, maybe.
But it won't be consistent, maybe. Like, so if you're dealing with it, like, I come a point where you're gonna have to give in sexually because it's gonna overpower your subconscious fight with yourself. But then you'll go back to it after until the sexual impulse overpowers the insecurity that you're dealing with. Like, it's not like, so I was speaking in terms of like consistent sexual contact, right? And then it breaking, and then we all know that men eventually will fold. We're not going to be able to maintain just no sex forever. But prior to that, like normal sex, you probably like, so you like, damn, I'm fucking up. I don't got the money for this. Damn, the bills are getting high. Damn, the gas is high. fucking horny, whoop, boom, now you back down here. So it might go from being every day or every 2 days or every 3 days to shit every 7, 15 days. Who knows? Because you're dealing with different things. That's what I was trying to describe.
Okay, so what I was saying earlier, there will be some inconsistent moments, but we'll eventually get back on track. Like if we're really about that business, once we get back on track, the consistency will resume. Otherwise, if it's not something outside of kind of the way Marcus just described the scenario, I'd say there's an 80% likelihood that there's another chick in some way. So
what would her purpose be? Just sex, or would something be fulfilled?
Depends on the dude. For me, back in the day, it would have just been about the nut.
Mm-hmm. Post 30.
Post 30, I'd say post 32. I'm too honest to just go out and move that way. So I'd more than likely terminate the relationship if I even started to my mind started to venture that way. It ain't fair.
Do the ladies think a man should stay in a relationship where he does not get regular sex?
Well, what's your idea of regular?
It's kind of like what Inaz said before, is that I think that that's a natural progression of relationships, that sometimes you'll hit a dry spell. And then like even what you said, like if you're consistently every day or every 2 days, but then something happens, and then now that every 2 days go into 2 weeks, you know what I'm saying, before the next time, and that could go on for a month or two because you're stressed about whatever's going on at work or stressed about the bills. So you miss that, regular, consistency, but then it picks back up. So yes, I definitely think that he should, just like she should, because it doesn't, I think a lot of times we speak in terms of it typically just being the woman that, withholds or doesn't give the consistency. But from stuff that I've read as well, that happens with men too. So are you saying that if sex isn't happening, then it's okay for either partner to go outside of the relationship to get it, is the question. And I think if you're in a committed relationship, that answer should be no.
I believe a real conversation is necessary. But before you start to even venture down that road, you gotta have real conversation. And let's say you're a man and you're stressed, you have to be open to your woman and explain it to her.
Because
and that's part of that goes back to part of the conversation we were having, right? That we were having earlier about vulnerability. Like, if you have to be willing, and in most cases we're not. So what women typically see is a change in pattern or change in behavior, and y'all will go straight to whatever the worst case scenario.
Yeah, he cheating. He got to be cheating. Like, that's the first thing that a lot of women, even AP, you co-signed that. You was like, if a dude is asleep, then more than likely she is. So a woman is gonna go to that, like you said, without the communication piece. Like, babe, I know we haven't been. I'm just kind of stressed out at work, or there's a lot that's going on that I need to figure out right now. Something like that, just to put on notice so we understand why there's a change in pattern. And I think it's on a woman as well to initiate those conversations with her partner if there is something going on with the emotional connection where she's not able to like put out. It's just like, babe, stuff just really isn't good between us right now because of, or I feel X, Y, and Z. to give him an opportunity to, you know, make adjustments, you know, if he so chooses, you know, to make those adjustments. But it is on each party to communicate that with the other person.
Do you think it's fair? Not even fair. What do you think do you think I seen a comment my man Isaiah was saying that if you're not in the mood sexually, but you know your man still has desires, do you think that it's important that the woman, even if she doesn't have sex, takes care of that sexually to relieve him of that? Or do y'all think that until y'all get it right, he has to just deal with it?
I would say, me personally, no. I don't think she should just deprive him altogether. No, I don't.
Anybody else?
I don't. Not in the mood feels like a cop out, right? Like, it's not in the mood doesn't mean I'm stressed and I got a lot of things going on. Not in the mood is the new I have a headache, right? I think there needs to be a serious conversation about what's going on. But if it is one of those things where like it is stress or it is time or it is something, I think there is that obligation to take care of your man. I don't understand. Like, that's one of the fundamental things that distinguishes a romantic relationship versus like an intimate friendship, right? Is that sexual components. If you're stripping that, you're removing a big chunk of what the relationship is. And so there's still an obligation, because when he's tired and doesn't want to go to work, he still goes to work and provides, right? So I think there needs to be equal effort in that way.
But I also think on the flip side of that, if we're looking at sacrificing even when you don't want to, that if part of, like we said, that conversation, if she's expressing to you like, this is what's been happening, I need more help, or I need X, Y, and Z, these are the things that I need so I can be intimate with you, and your thought process is you're not going to make those adjustments, but you still expect her to relieve you, I don't think that that's cool either. Like, if it's something that you can do that would make your situation for you to get the outcome that you want, but you say, nope, I'm not going to, and you still need to relieve me, I don't think that that's the right mindset or attitude either. I think both need to, she needs to help with the situation in relieving you, but you also need to make room, make those changes that she also needs, so it won't even be a situation where it feels like an obligation, like, oh, I just have to relieve him because it's my duty, as opposed to, I really want to be intimate with my husband, but I need help, and I'm telling him this is what I need, and you make a choice to not give her what she needs. I think you're creating a dynamic for her to then still withhold if she doesn't feel like her needs are being met either.
If a man is in a relationship with a woman that withholds and he gets caught cheating, do you completely
in and out? I didn't hear what you said.
No, I said if a man is in, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
If a man is in a relationship with a woman that withholds sex, do you think that he should be penalized for cheating on her?
Yes.
Why?
Because again, the commitment was being, well, this is if this was your commitment. Each relationship, I guess they might have their own rules. But if in the relationship the agreement was the commitment to monogamy, and we say for better or for worse, then when you run into the worst, your first response is to go outside of the relationship, then I do think that that's a problem. And I think you also open the door for her to respond in kind. Like how we was talking earlier, like do unto others as you will have do unto yourself. So you treat people the way you want to be treated. So if you wouldn't want her to step outside of the relationship, especially when her needs aren't being met, Like y'all are talking about from a physical standpoint. Oh, I could step out and not have sex, but a woman needs may not be met in an emotional aspect, or it can be a physical aspect. And if you wouldn't want her to step outside of the confinements of your relationship to get those needs met, then you as a man should lead in not doing the same behavior.
So
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it.
So I think that's interesting because, like, and this isn't a criticism, right? It was just kind of came up as you were talking, but there is the follow and obey part of the vows as well, right? So if she's withholding sex, is she not violating the vows before he even gets to that part of the vows? Like, and I know it's hard because women feel so betrayed, and it is like a deep emotional wound when a man cheats, right? Especially when you're not getting your needs met. And I have compassion for that. But at what point do women accept their part in how that transpires, right? Understanding that a man's nature is very sexual, requires gratification. Like, I understand your needs aren't being met, but you still have your vows that you took that you have to uphold too, right? So is there another way that we can go about this that isn't keeping our knees together?
Well, that's my point. The same thing, keeping the knees together and keep your penis in the pants. It goes both ways. I think it's important for both partners. Like you say, one wrong don't make it right, right? So if I do something wrong, and then you on top of that, I guess retaliation or response to my wrong, you do something wrong. The only thing you're doing is continually creating bigger and bigger wounds that are now going to need to be healed. So if I'm doing wrong, it's on me to make sure I get to a point where I can correct it. If I don't correct it, then it's on him to then walk away from the marriage. You know what I'm saying? If I'm no longer fulfilling my obligation as a wife, and I hate, it's just like you say, oh, I'm ready to work out on that one area. But if it causes you to not be able to walk away from the marriage with everything intact, that you have not lost, like you have not stepped outside of the boundaries of the marriage, you can walk away free and clear because you did what you were supposed to do, versus the other one. But if you retaliate or respond because you didn't get what you wanted, so you stepped outside of the boundaries of the relationship, now you've created even more damage within the relationship that now has to be overcome, which may never heal, and now may end up creating more of what you were not getting to begin with. Because for most women, when infidelity happens, sex becomes off the table altogether until they are able to work through the process of being able to trust or whatever. So now you're creating, even more damage. So do I think it's for a woman? Absolutely not. And she do need to. There are going to be times where you're going to have to put your own feelings aside and just toot it up, do whatever, and go on and move on. But it's on both people to make sure that each other's needs are met. Because even though he has physical needs, her emotional needs are just as important as his physical needs. So he may not withhold sex, but he might be withholding emotional, emotional connection with her, or intimacy that she may need. So to me, that is on the same level as the physical.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm gonna ask you two questions, Mistaken. This is specifically for you, and these are yes or no questions. Well, I guess it's not yes or no. If you refuse to cook for your husband, should he go to a restaurant to eat?
Or he can cook can he? Yes, he can. Or he can cook the food that's already in the house.
Okay. And if you refuse to give sex to your husband, should he continue to fulfill whatever duties that he's fulfilling as a husband, pay bills, etc., help protect, provide those things?
Yes.
Are you saying that men should maintain a standard no matter what, and a woman gets to choose when she fulfills her wifely duties?
No, because this is what I say. If her wifely duties included, like you said, oh, she's responsible for meals. If I don't cook, but I order food out and you're still eating, then I fulfilled my duty.
Okay. So would you be akin to bringing another woman in? Then if you don't want to have sex with him, would you bring another woman in to fulfill your duty?
Not one. That's the thing that you're missing. I said before, 9 times out of 10, if a woman is not having sex, that is just a result of a deeper issue. As the head of the home and as a leader and as the protector and provider, I think it is your responsibility for us to have that conversation so you can fix it, so it can be addressed. And then, then the changes, I definitely think, like, I can never think of a situation that I know of through either personal experience or through others' relationships that I'm aware of, that sex was just not the result of a deeper issue. And once the deeper issue was resolved, that sex was no longer an issue. And I think a lot of times men are thinking that, and sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes it may be for some women where they're willfully withholding sex and trying to weaponize it more so than it is, like, again, like you go outside with a wet head and you end up getting sick. It's not something intentional. It's something that happens. And I think for women, sometimes that's what it is. It's not that they are intentionally like, well, I'm withholding sex. They're not even sometimes cognizant of the fact that the emotional aspect is affecting the physical aspect until you come around talking about you want some, and now they're like, oh, I just got finished doing da 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 da, or you wouldn't do blah blah blah, and now you want sex. Like I don't think it's an intent all the time behind the withholding the sex. I just think that they're just moving through. I'm not even thinking about sex. Sex is not on my mind right now because of all of this other ish that's going on. And that's why I think the communication part is very important. Like, if you notice it as a dude, to be like, listen, we haven't done it in, a week. Like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? And she could be like, oh, you know what? I didn't even, if it was like what I explained earlier about, working full time, having a baby, going to school, and you got all of these things on your plate, that she's not even thinking about sex. You're thinking about sex, but she's not. So for you to bring that to her attention would be in your best interest, because I know I wouldn't be thinking about when I got all of these other things on my plate that I'm dealing with. That's put to the back burner. So let's have the conversation. Be like, oh, my bad, babe. Let's knock it out. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But if you're not having the conversation and you're just taking it upon yourself to be like, oh, she didn't give it to me in a week. Well, I'm going to go down the street to, Lucy's house and I'm going to smash because I know she want to smash me anyway. Like, you didn't even give the opportunity for that situation to be fixed.
What's the best way to start that conversation in a way that's not combative? What do you think is the best way to start that conversation in a way that's not combative?
No, I just kind of said like, babe, is everything okay? I just, noticed that we haven't been intimate for like a week, and that's not our norm. Is everything all right? You know what I'm saying? Just to give the space to feel like it's something that you're not attacking me for not doing, but that you're more concerned about the why. You know what I'm saying? So absolutely. But the conversation has to be had.
So if he initiated sex and you shrugged him off and he felt the way about that rejection, would you still expect him to make that conversation? Or would you initiate it?
I think it's important. I don't think a woman would have an issue initiating a conversation like that if a safe space was already created. Like how I said, I don't feel like I can't go to my husband about anything. It's because he created a space and an environment for me to feel like that. So I'm going to initiate that conversation, and I'm going to have that conversation with him. But if you haven't created that space for her to do that, then that woman probably won't initiate the conversation, and it would behoove you to initiate it.
Okay, that's fair enough. I think that y'all getting tired. Is that about that time? This was a very interesting conversation. I enjoyed it a whole lot. Hopefully we answered some questions. Yeah, hopefully we answer some questions for people who are looking for solutions that haven't been able to find them, or people that's in some situations where they don't know how to initiate some conversations or how to go about it, or some women who don't know how to support their man effectively. Several different things. We appreciate y'all coming up and messing with us on Friday.
We'll see you next Friday.
You still awake? Ready. She was ready.
We'll see you next Friday. Bye.
Night.
Good night.